Aloha and welcome everyone to this full moon lunar eclipse activation. I am Lotus Dawn. This is Blossom with Lotus. We are going to tap into what is really happening in the stars, what is really happening with the planets. I've invited some friends along with me to go on this journey of discovery, tuning into what these full moon lunar eclipse energies are bringing up. And raise your hand, comment in the group if you have been feeling a lot of stuff. Holy cow, is this big, big energy. And so you're not alone if you are going through this. And I hope to elucidate, to illuminate, and make clear just the powerful energies that are happening. I'm going to invite my friends in. I'm so glad that you're all here. We are streaming live in the Facebook group so that anyone who wants to catch the replay, they can jump on here and they can check it out. Now there you all. Hi, Sarah. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I see Ryan, Christine, Teresa, Andy. Feel free to turn on your cameras if you like. If you don't want to, that's totally fine too. So glad you're here. Hi, Ryan. Welcome, welcome, welcome. This is so great. So we're here in the pre-eclipse energies, and I specifically planned this before the eclipse because that is a sacred time. For thousands of years, ancient societies have basically said, go inside and close the doors and, or go to your kiva and do some prayer, do some meditation, a very sacred time. So I strategically scheduled this event so that we could clear some energies, we could tap in, we could tune in beforehand, and then you'll be free to have your own experience at the actual eclipse around between 6 and 8 p.m. So really, really glad that you're here. I know some of you are new. Ryan, where are you joining us from
I'm
today?
living in Reno, Nevada.
Okay, awesome. Awesome, awesome. So glad you're here. So glad you found our event. Sarah, what about you? Where are you from? Where are you joining us from? Oh, you got to unmute. Hi, Jean. Hey.
I'm just in Ben Lomond.
Oh, hey, Sarah. I know you. Nice to see you.
Sorry.
Awesome, awesome. Jean, I think you are as well. We got some local friends here in California joining me. This is fantastic. So raise your hand if you don't mind. If you've been feeling these eclipse energies, if you've been feeling energy coming up like you wouldn't believe. Yeah. This is a big one. This is a Manda, big Mama Jama eclipse. And one of the reasons for this is that the sun decided to give us a huge solar flare the day before, an X-class solar flare. Yeah. So what happens is that increases the radiation level on our Earth. Well, what happens when we have more light? We have more awareness. Okay. We might feel more tired. We might feel like we need to rest more. It can bring more up. And for those of you who don't know, did you know that the full moon brings things up to the surface? Anyone notice that? Have you noticed that about full moons? Like they just like seem to activate us. And one of the reasons for that is that the moon actually affects everything with water. And it looks like Odalie in Canada. Are you in a swimming pool? We got the pool in the house. Yeah. That is so appropriate. That is so appropriate. This full moon is a mermaid full moon. It is in Pisces, which is the sign of the mermaid. It is the sign of intuition and emotion. It is the sign of the swimming in the waters. Have you noticed that when we're in the waters, we're not as earthbound? We're kind of freed from our earthly concerns. We're sort of liberated from the density of real daily life. Yeah. And so a lot of what this full moon is activating is the moon is in a water sign, which is our emotion. It's that flow state, but the sun is in an earth sign and they're diametrically opposed. They're in opposition or polarity to one another, earth to water. And so there's this challenge between negotiating our physical reality, what's mundane, like our schedule, work, service, how we show up in the world and do our daily tasks, with the realm of the spiritual, right? Like the water, the flow of the water. And so we might be feeling tension around how can I have space to be my spiritual self and negotiate this day-to-day work life activities, things we have to do, people we have to meet, responsibilities that we have. But at the same time, our soul, like our beautiful friend Odalie in her beautiful pool, just want to be free to swim, right? We just want to be free to float. We want to be free to feel. Okay. And so there's so much to unpack here. So before we jump into the rest of the call, I'd like to share with you a crystal bowl activation to just kind of start clearing our energy. Welcome, Andoni. You're down in Mexico. We got Canada, Mexico, Reno, California. I think we have Florida and perhaps South Costa Rica. So we've got a nice worldwide call on here. I'm so glad that you're here. Before we begin, I'd really like to invite us all to start clearing. Hi, Christine. How are you? Unmute.
Hot.
Hot.
Typical Florida.
Okay, yeah, you need a pool like Odalie down there, right? Yeah. I think we all need that pool. You look so like joyful. I'm like, I want to be swimming there with you. So perfect. I want to invite us all to just tune into what we kind of showed up on this call with today, right? You know, whatever stress, whatever tension, whatever anxieties or things are kind of coming up for us with this full moon. We tend to get onto calls, right? And we're just like busy and then we have to get on that call and we still have all the stuff we were dealing with and we're just kind of trying to be present. But that stuff sometimes is like floating around in our field or we're kind of still feeling it. And it's hard to really drop in together because we're still processing the world, right? The world and all of its stuff. So I'm going to put this crystal bowls on and I want to invite you. I filmed this down near the creek where I live out in nature. And I want to invite you to tap into the energy of Mother Earth because this is what this full moon is about. It's about the alchemization of water and earth. How do we find balance? How do we find union? How do we find peace between our divine flow, that feminine intuition, and our masculine, that container, right? That structure, that grounding, that practicality. And so I want to invite you to tune into how does water and earth dance together, right? Instead of it being a polarity or a tension or a challenge, how can we bring ease and flow into what this eclipse is bringing up for us? Okay. So I'm going to share screen here. I invite everyone to just get into your breath, get into your body, tune into your energy, see where you're at. And just notice where you're feeling right now. Like, am I at a 10? Do I feel like a great 10 right now? Or am I at like a 0? You can put it in the chat if you want. And we're going to put the crystal bowls on. We're just going to clear out some of the energy. I'm going to do energy work on the group as well. I hope that's okay. To just kind of clear out our collective field and get ready for the information. Does that sound good with everyone?
Yes.
Okay, fantastic. Fantastic. So glad you're here. Oh man, it's so beautiful when we get to come together at these times, right? And you think about our ancestors, and you think about for thousands of years, we lived in tribes. We weren't alone, right? We weren't living out by ourselves. We were together as a community. And that's what I love about bringing us together on these events because they help us tune into the power of nature. They kind of pull us out of our routine, don't they? They kind of say, the energy is so strong, I'm going to make you pause and tune into yourself for a moment here. So maybe we can all do that together and collectively kind of shift some of the vibe. And there's a lot more than just the eclipse happening too. So it's all connected and we're going to clear it all. Okay, we've got a 9 out there. So fantastic. Already doing great today. You know, it's so exciting when we get together. It really, really is that sometimes we just get happy, right? Like I just feel so happy already seeing all your faces. I'm like, oh my gosh, we're not alone, right? We're in this together. And that makes it so much more beautiful to be alive. You know, we need that community. We need that support. We need that positive connection day in and day out because we're not designed to be an island, right? We're designed to be a collective. Okay, so welcome everyone to this full moon lunar eclipse activation. Again, I'm Lotus Dawn, and this is Blossom with Lotus. It's all about us blossoming into our full potential, who we really are, and getting rid of anything that's in the way of that. using the stars as a map to guide us, and then transforming anything in the way of our brilliance. So I'm really, really glad that you're here. I want to invite you to just tap into where you're at, what you're feeling. Notice if there's any stress or tension, and we're going to just clear it on out. Go ahead, take a nice deep breath in and out, and I'll be doing energy work as well. So if you see my hands moving, that's what's going on. All right, here we go. welcoming you all in to this full moon energy. Full moon is full emotion, it's full expression, it's full birth. You think about a woman who's pregnant, right? That big, full belly. That is the full moon energy. It's the energy of fullness. It's the energy of completion. It's the feeling of something right before it is reborn, right? Before it is birthed. And so we're at this stage of fullness and this pregnancy, and we can feel how full we are, our potential, our possibility. And at the same time, the moon is drawing all the waters of our body. Just like the moon creates the tides, the moon is pulling and drawing all the waters in our body up to the surface of our skin. What? Yeah, that's what the moon does. It does it with plants too, right? So at the new moon time, the moon draws water and plants down into the roots. That's why you plant root vegetables near the new moon. But then at the full moon, that water gets pulled up through the plant, out into the flower, and out into the fruit. And that's why farmers harvest the fruit at the time of the full moon or right near it. And so the full moon is the full time of harvest. And it's the harvest moon, actually. And we have just entered the autumnal season of bounty. And so it is a time in our lives as we prepare for the winter, which according to the Celtic calendar begins. Are you ready for this? It begins October 31st. What, Lotus? Yeah. The Celtic calendar is different than the mainstream calendar. They actually begin spring, February. Then the peak of spring is in March at the equinox. And then summer actually begins May 8th. Can you imagine using that calendar? It's different. You know, if you live in Canada, it might be a little difficult to follow, right? But energetically, we have entered the autumnal season. We have entered the time of the harvest. So I want to invite everyone. One of the most beautiful things we can do at the full moon time is to count our blessings and to count what we're grateful for and to really get into our hearts about all the fullness that we have. In India, they call it the Guru Purnima full moon, which is the time of the great blessings, right? It's the time to celebrate all that we have, right? I look at Odalie in her pool and I just go, what an amazing gift. What an amazing gift. And I just want to invite everyone to tune into what are your amazing gifts right now in your life. Before we tackle some of the more challenging parts of this moon, what are the things you're really grateful for? You know, if you could count 5 things on your hand, what would those 5 things be? You know, I'm grateful for my health. I'm grateful for my life. I'm grateful for all of you. I'm grateful for this moment. I'm grateful for this opportunity. What are you really grateful for? And take this time to really count those blessings. See how many you have. See how much space you can fill the bigness of all your blessings, okay? And notice that as you do that, you get in line with that energy of the moon, right? That fullness. Like, I feel really full. Yeah, there's things I'd like to create. That's really good to do at the new moon when the moon is dark, right? So just think about that. Just tune into that for just a moment. Okay. Awesome, awesome, awesome. So yeah, so be thinking about as we go into this challenging stuff, what are you really grateful for? You know, perhaps it's being a grandmother, perhaps it's being having grandchildren, perhaps it's having a family, perhaps it's having children, right? Perhaps it's loving what you do and loving your life. Does anyone want to share something in their life that they're feeling especially grateful for in their lives right now? Or a couple things. Yeah, why don't we just like kind of get that gratitude train rolling here? Okay, in the chat, sure. Okay, Andani says my sister, my family, music, this call, and the people here, and blessings to come. All right, Andani. Nice. That itself could be a beautiful Thanksgiving prayer. That is beautiful. That is beautiful. Yeah, so feel free to unmute or just put it in the chat, but feel free to share something. You know, it's nice to be able to actually put your thought into action, whether that's through words or through speech. Yeah. Yeah, fantastic. I can feel you all writing and thinking, okay, what is it? What am I grateful for?
I
Yeah.
can chime in here. I'm feeling very grateful for my health right now.
Mm.
I just completed a 60-day dry fast the past
Wow.
2 days. or 60 hours, sorry, 60 days. I wouldn't even be on the video if I did 60 days, but yeah, I feel very clear and open and just ready for what the universe has in store next, you know?
That's beautiful. That's absolutely beautiful, Ryan. I totally honor that. And actually I've studied several, different spiritual faiths and practices say that fasting around the time of the full moon and the new moon are actually a really good practice to get into. So I've been working on that as well, like sort of eating lighter at the time of the full moon, the time of the new moon. And it's really helpful. So thank you. Thank you for sharing that. And we're so glad that you're here.
I'm happy to be
Teresa,
here.
yeah, so glad. Teresa Fraga, you said you shared with us that you're grateful for your grandson, your health, and your family. OD shared, grateful to be on Earth at this time, history in the making. Absolutely, absolutely, it is. And you can feel it like in every molecule of your being that we are literally creating history right now. Like we have never gotten to be in this vibration on this planet. I don't know if you know that or not, but we are literally raising the roof every day. And I know you're all out there doing it as light workers, as healers, as just people working on yourselves to let go of the density, to be lighter and to be more present and to be more us, right? Because all that other stuff isn't really us, is it? Like all the heaviness, all the density,
Right.
that's not us. That is not who we are. We are just pure, laughing, giggling, love and light, just like Oda Lee here laughing in her pool. Like that is our true beingness. And so it's really a good reminder if we feel any negative emotions or densities to really check in and be like, okay, where's that coming from? What unprocessed stuff am I letting go of? What thing from the collective am I tuning into? And a really good thing if you feel it come up is you can say, who does this belong to? Who does this belong to? And if it gets lighter, that means it's not even yours. You're just empathically, intuitively, psychically absorbing and picking it up. And I know all of you are empaths, you're all intuitive, you're all super hyper aware of energy. And you feel things, right? And it's like, it's challenging, right? To go through this world and to be so awake and so alive and so present, and for so many people to be shut down and to be numb and to not notice how they're acting or how their energy is affecting us, and to be like, wow, how do I process this? How do I hold space for this? And that's why it's so important that we come together with like-minded people like we are today, especially on these big moments, because we're making a ripple in the collective. I don't know if you realize this or not, but us coming together in the spirit of love and sharing our light and our positive energy with each other is like creating this huge ripple across the entire galaxy. And so I just have to like commend you and like thank you so much for being here and for joining together to collectively create miracles, because that's what we do. That's what we do when we get together, right? It's like magic. It's like pure love, because our hearts start to open, we start to feel each other. It is so beautiful. So I'm just so grateful that you're here. Sarah shared a really beautiful message. She said she's grateful for her life. Your Leo teenage son, absolutely. That's always a gift. And every challenge and lesson we're learning together. About to move, yeah, about to complete a cycle. Yeah, that's what this lunar eclipse really is. It's a big completion of a cycle, and I'm going to go a lot deeper into that in just a moment. Grateful to be here with you all. Yeah, so glad you're here, Sarah. So good to see you. Fantastic, fantastic. Ryan says, thank you for creating this container and sharing your light. Oh my God, it is such a gift. It is what drives me. It is literally what makes me the most excited and just happy, is to get out here and share my energy with you all so that we can co-create the power of synergy. I'm a big fan of the word synergy. I don't know if you know this word, but it's the power of bringing lots of different things together. Okay. And what happens is it unites and becomes more. It becomes bigger. It becomes magical. It becomes beautiful. And so I just really am so grateful for all of you that you're here. You're here. We're here together, right? We're doing this together. So let's dive into it. Let's get into, what is an eclipse, right? What is the deal with eclipses, right? Because have you noticed, like, maybe you haven't thought about it that much, but then it comes around. It's like, oh, it's eclipse day. And you're like, holy, like, what is happening? Like, things start going wild energetically. And so I wanted to share with you a little bit about what eclipses are. So, number one, did you know there are 4 per year? There are 4. I didn't know that for the longest time. I was like, oh, they just kind of happen. I don't know when they're happening or why, but there's actually a bit of a rhyme and a bit of a reason to them. And so there's 4 per year, and they're kind of like bookends, okay? 2 here and 2 here. And they're a little bit like path keepers or destiny markers, if you will, because they happen in the spring and the autumn. And one begins a 6-month cycle, and the other one is completing the prior 6-month cycle in the spring. And then it goes to the fall, and one is starting a new cycle and one's completing an old cycle. So let me explain that a little more. April 8th was a new moon solar eclipse. That was about 6 months ago. At that time, or about 5. That was the beginning of a new cycle. Solar eclipse, new moon, beginning of a new cycle. But what we don't realize is how long is that cycle? Yeah, so that cycle is about 5 to 6 months, and it is set to complete today, Tuesday, September 17th, at this full moon lunar eclipse. And so we are in full moon lunar eclipse energy, which is a completion of something that got initiated and started 5 to 6 months ago, April 8th. So I want to invite you all, and that's what eclipses are. They're the beginnings of a cycle, that's the new moon solar eclipse, and completion at the full moon lunar eclipse. Okay. And so the full moon lunar eclipse that happened with the solar eclipse new moon in April, right? Because there was a full moon eclipse then, and then there was the new moon solar eclipse, was the completion of 6 months before that. Okay, so you're starting to kind of wrap your head around this game. It's a little bit of a game. It's like, wait, what? Wait a minute, what are you saying here? New moon starts things. New moon solar eclipses, they start things. Full moon solar eclipses, they finish things. And there's about a 6-month gap between one and then the other. Okay. And so right now, today, we are in the completion phase of some type of energetic cycle that got started April 8th. So I want to invite you all. Now we have some context about this eclipse, right? And about what it all means. I want to invite you to tap into, where were you at the new moon solar eclipse 5 to 6 months ago? And if nothing comes to you, if you're like, I have no idea, I don't remember, Lotus, I was doing stuff, that's okay. I actually did this little experiment several days ago, as I was like, okay, so this is a cycle completing, and it's a cycle completing that got initiated around April 8th. Okay, what was happening in my life at that time? And like, nothing came to mind at first. Like, literally, like, I have no idea. So I was like, you know what? I'm going to utilize Facebook, and I'm going to go back to April 8th, and I'm going to see what I was posting about on April 8th. And sure enough, I was posting about the new moon solar eclipse, of course. And I remembered an event that had occurred at that time. It was like, oh, that happened. And I was like, oh my gosh. And sure enough, everything got illuminated in my mind, and I saw the thread of completion that's occurring for myself right now. Okay. And that has been lighting everything up, because now, instead of feeling this like kind of uncomfortable heaviness, and that's usually when there's an unprocessed emotion being brought up that we don't know what it is yet. That's usually what's happening. And so once you identify what that thing is or where it's coming from, you know, that feeling where you're like, oh, that's what I'm feeling. That's what I'm feeling. And isn't that a relief when you can kind of identify what's being brought up? It's so helpful, and then it can release so much faster. Okay. So so Sarah thank you for sharing, Sarah. Very brave. She's saying April 8th she had a horrible day, and it started the whole thing that's prompting her move. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, there it is. There it is. Yeah. If anyone else has something come to mind, feel free to share as well, because these are big things. These are big things. And we're going to go into today a bit more about the energetics of this full moon eclipse to kind of dial you in more deeply into what this may be bringing up for you individually. Okay. Yeah. Really, thank you for sharing. And you know what? Isn't this life a stage, like always such a learning, always such a teaching, that it's always kind of helping us to grow, even if we had challenges or negative experiences. Have you noticed that even in the midst of those things, there's always some kind of beautiful lesson that once we get to a place of compassion and forgiveness and comprehension, we're like, I see, that's why. And maybe it's not right away, maybe it's 10 years down the line. We're like, oh, I see now. That's why that had to happen. So I was contemplating today my own challenges that were coming up. Yes, I have challenges too. And I was tuning into this whole concept of trusting the process, trusting it. And I asked myself, Lotus, can you trust the universe and God and your highest self so deeply that no matter what's coming up, you feel like, oh, I don't know why this is happening, but I trust that it's happening for my highest and best good. And I was really playing with that. And I say playing with that because I am still not a saint. I got a ways to go. Okay. And so I was just playing with it. Like, okay, I don't have to be perfect yet. I don't have to fully get it yet. But what would it be like to imagine feeling so much trust in the universe and in God and in the creator and in the whole path of our life stream that we could trust everything that arises as a gift, as an opportunity, as something that's leading us actually towards what we really want. If we could just trust it and trust that it's happening for our highest and best good. So I just wanted to invite you all to kind of start playing with that clay or that Play-Doh, if you will, of feeling and intuition, because that's a lot of what this full moon is about. Because it's in Pisces, it's the sign of water. Pisces, Pisces' biggest lesson is teaching us to surrender, to surrender, to trust, let go. Yeah, just let go. And there's this really great, psychic channel. I follow Gary Spivey. I don't know if many of you have heard of him. And he's always just saying, just allow. It's like, just allow. Right. And he shares with us spiritual gifts. He's so amazing. This man, he's absolutely amazing, but he's always teaching about just allow. And when I first started working with him, boy, did I not know how to allow. Boy, would I just fight and try and kick and scream and just like try and figure everything out. But the more I keep hearing his voice in my head, just allow, right? Just be. That's really the lesson with Pisces. And Virgo, the sun, the opposite, is the exact opposite. Virgo is the most analytical sign on the planet. Okay, it is the most overthinkingest sign on the earth. Do you feel the difference when I say allow versus overthink? You feel how like your whole body's like, I saw Ryan's body like, oh, overthinking. Oh, it's like this contractual feeling. And I know we all get into that at times, right? Right. And learning, and Sarah's saying have to do that and learn not to force the universe because then you don't give it time to unfold. Exactly. You're a Pisces. Awesome, Sarah. Yeah, both blessing and curse. Yeah, so one of the blessings, of course, with Pisces is this ability to learn how to let go and surrender and go with the flow. And then the challenge is if you go too much with the flow, you could get washed out to sea. Like if Oda Lee wasn't in her little pool and the water just kept going, she might get swept out to the ocean, right? So it's like the water is both, we have both challenges and gifts in every element, right? And so it's really important for us to not think that one way or one thing is perfect, but rather how can we take the blessings and the challenges in each one? We live in a world of polarity. We do. So how can we learn to work with that? I always think of riding a bicycle. When you're riding a bike and you're pedaling, okay? You're pedaling those wheels, you're pedaling. You have to use this motion. It's very rhythmic, right? It's very energizing. And did you know that this year numerologically is an 8, which is the infinity spiral? Yeah, it's the infinity spiral. And what's really amazing, welcome, Maddie, is that think about riding a bicycle. So you have to do two things at once. It's kind of like an infinity spiral, isn't it? Right? That motion of pedaling, it's kind of like a flow of energy this way up and then down and up and then down. And this year, with it being an 8-year, we're being asked to negotiate two things. Yeah, right? There's two circles and an 8. What are those, Lotus? One is the spiritual realm, right? It's our higher selves. And the other is the material realm. And today, this full moon eclipse, the polarity, we're like at this ultimate point of the whole year, I feel, because this is the ultimate polarity between physical reality, Virgo sun, and spiritual reality, lunar moon. And so I feel like we're at this pinnacle of the lesson of 2024 today, the pinnacle moment. And you can kind of feel that, can't you? It's just like this, like, yeah. And so I'm so excited you're here to share this with you because I'd just be sitting out in the forest going, whoa, mind explosion, right? Whoa, like this is amazing. But I get to share it with you and hopefully assist and illuminate your process a little bit more so that you can be riding your bicycle of how do I negotiate my job, my work, making money, my commitments, my responsibilities, like my body, right? Virgo is actually the body. So it relates to our physical care of our bodies. Are we taking care of our bodies? And Moon in Pisces, the spiritual, our psychic awareness, our dreams, our intuition. Would you agree that both are really important? Like, like super important. Like you can't really have a very happy life if you don't eat food or sleep or brush your teeth or, take care of the daily things. But you also can't be a happy life, have a happy life if you're a slave to your routine and to your diet and your exercise. And it's like so earthly bound that you can't expand into the cosmos. And so today is a real tension polarity of us asking, how do I have both? Who would like to have both here, right? Like who would like to have that divine infinity spiral where we're just like in our bodies, we're health conscious, we're activated, and we're like spiritually uplifted. And that's this lesson of 2024 is learning how to ride our bicycles of both the physical and the energetic. Wow. Mind explosion. And we think, okay, well, that's every day, Lotus, that's every year. But this is the pinnacle teaching of 2024. And if you've noticed in your own life that one of the biggest challenges right now is finding that balance. And it's like work is not as easy as it used to be. And there's a reason for that. Why, Lotus? Because we have something called a destiny point. Has anyone ever heard of a destiny point? I know a lot of you on the call, you've heard me talk about destiny points. You might also know it as the north node or the south node of the moon. And those are really interesting points astrologically. Yeah, awesome, awesome, awesome. So every eclipse, and thank you all for being patient and letting me explain everything so that you kind of start to get where I'm coming from. Every eclipse activates the north node and the south node of the moon. So they're destiny moments. Okay, and let me see if I can show you this. Yeah, they're destiny moments, right? There we are. Yeah, that's kind of what this feels like today. Fantastic. So North Node is the destiny point. It's where we're going. Okay, so there's 2 points. Just like there's a new moon solar eclipse and there's a full moon lunar eclipse, right? There's also a North Node destiny point where we're going and a South Node karmic point where we have been. And these 2 points in an astrology chart, especially in our collective chart right now, are being activated by what? By the sun and by the moon at this full moon eclipse. Oh, so the collective destiny points where we're supposed to go and where we're moving away from are being activated today and are activated at every eclipse in a slightly different way, right? So today I'm going to explain to you what the destiny points, which destiny point, our past life point and our future life point are being activated by what? The sun or the moon, right? Because it's going to mean something different, right? So because the moon is emotion, it's intuition, it's flow, it's feminine. The sun is our light, it's how we shine, it's our purpose. Destiny point, it's where we're going, and karmic point, it's where we've been. And so those four things are kind of like a jigsaw puzzle, and they create a picture. When we put all those things together, they create a map of the energetic pattern that we're currently in together as a collective. And I think it's going to bring a great deal of illumination for all of you on the call about kind of what the play of tension patterns are that you're feeling, and maybe some support in knowing that these have been happening all year and it will continue for the rest of 2024, this kind of main theme. Okay, that's a real good way of accessing what is the main theme or lesson that we're all learning right now. How helpful is that? I was like, why didn't they teach me that in high school? Like, I want to know what the main theme of my spiritual path is every day. Like, come on. Like, how cool is that, right? So if you work with people, if you like to know what's happening energetically, this is why I love astrology, because it gives us a map. It's kind of like a way to ground our psychic abilities, because you're all psychic. You're all highly intuitive. I know you are. I can feel it, as I am. And so we feel things that sometimes we don't know consciously yet. We haven't fully developed our psychic tool. We don't know exactly what is happening and what it means. And so we sit there going, what is happening? Ah, right? You've never felt that way before. So what astrology does is it gives us this nice map where you can take the feeling, the emotion, what's arising, and kind of plug it into a cognitive, linear, logical structure. It's kind of like water and earth. It's kind of like a nice way to bridge our psychic ability with a grounded tool. I call it an oracle, right? And I use it like sometimes the energies are so strong. You ever felt this where you're holding on to your desk and you're like, oh my God, like what is happening? Like, I don't know what's going on, but there's something. I'm like claw my way across the floor to my computer and I like, what is going on? And I bring up my astrology chart and I'm like, oh my God. This happens like every time. Every time I'm like, mind explosion, like, of course. Of course that's what's happening. Like, that makes total sense. And then I do my best to explain it to you all. So that's why I post, because I'm a human, just like you all, with highly developed gifts, just like you all, that still struggles to know what the bleep is going on and wants more clarity. And so that's why I use the chart, because it helps to bring more awareness. And that's why I share it with you all. And that's why I also teach astrology. So if you're someone who's like, I'm kind of excited by what you're sharing here, Lotus, and I'd kind of like to learn how to do this, always reach out to me, because I love doing trainings. And the more people who are like, yeah, I want you to do a training and teach this, I will definitely do it. But I have to have enough people. Otherwise, it's more fun that way. So the type of astrology that I'm going to be sharing with you today, and this is going to be, excuse me, familiar for a lot of you on the call. I just have to share this. So this is from the New York Post. This is like a very reputable, widely known magazine or newspaper. And they're describing the difference between what is called sidereal or true the stars astrology and mainstream tropical astrology. And so mainstream tropical astrology is actually totally inaccurate to the actual sky. It's not based on the stars whatsoever. It's based on where the stars were 2,000 years ago. I don't know if you knew that, and this might be new information for some of you. And so that's why I get really excited about astrology, because I'm actually sharing with you what the stars are telling us, not what the stars were telling us 2,000 years ago, but what they're telling us right now today. So if you went to almost any other astrologer today, they'd be giving you a way different insight about what's happening. But I'm going to be sharing with you what is real and true to the stars. And so this is what This says the sidereal system, which is what we're going to be using, is based on the current position of the stars. What is happening? So if you had a telescope, it would line up perfectly with what I'm going to share with you today. You don't have to, that's all. You just look up, that's what's there. Bingo. That's what we're doing. If you want to check up on this and learn more about what I'm sharing, you can get Star Walk 2. You can also get Stellarium. They're free, and you can look and see where the planets are for yourself. How cool is that, right? Shouldn't we have access to that, right? It's like kind of like a human right to know what's above and so below, right? And the tropical system is based on where the stars were around 0 AD. Okay? So sidereal astrology based on the stars, tropical astrology based on where the stars were 2,000 years ago. Pretty wild, right? Like most people following astrology are following a system that's not even based on what's happening in the sky. What is happening? You know, I try to tell people, but you can't change something when someone's not ready. Okay. And people have been, you know, told this for hundreds of years now. This is what we use and this is what we do. And so we're changing things around here. So I'm really glad you're here. So I get to share the truth with you of the stars and what's happening in them. And so why is an astrological chart so valuable? Yeah, so Stellarium, Star Walk 2, Andoni is the other one. Star Walk 2, I love Star Walk 2. They're both totally different. Star Walk 2 has music. I always shut the music off because it's like so just distracting to try and like look at the stars and there's like all this music. It's like a movie. So why should we look at them? Why should we look at our astrology charts? Why are they so powerful? I don't know if you're familiar with Paramahansa Yogananda. Anyone familiar with Paramahansa Yogananda? Yeah, he's the OG, man. I was living in San Francisco in my early 20s and I wandered into a yoga ashram and there was just saints all across the walls, all these Indian saints. And I was like, some little voice was like, okay, well, which one would I be drawn to? You know, like who would I want to study? And I come across Paramahansa Yogananda. I didn't know who he was. I had no clue. And I was just like tractor beamed into his fields, like just like pulsating energy. And I was just like what just happened? You know, like it was mind blowing. And so years later, I'm putting together my information about astrology and about how to share this with you all and share with you how valuable it is to know your astrology chart. And I find this quote from his teacher. This is Paramahansa Yogananda's teacher, like serious guy, like serious teacher. And he studied astrology a lot. And he shares that a child is born on that day and at that hour when the celestial rays, like the stars, are in mathematical harmony with his or her individual karma. Okay, so what a chart is essentially your purpose from source, like your map of where you've been, all your karma, all the things you've been through, the challenges you have to resolve, as well as what you're here to step into and your purpose. And that's one thing the destiny points show in our chart. Yeah, so you can actually find out your karma. You can kind of figure out, okay, what's the density? What's the stuff I'm working through? There's like 6 main things that we look at for that. And also, what are we growing into? It's very, very powerful. And so I get so excited every time I do a reading with anyone. I'm just like buzzing because it connects you all into your soul purpose. It's like it's the most powerful tool I've ever seen to do this. People just sit there and I watch their state change just by opening the chart. They have no clue. Most people have never read a chart. They just open it and it's like boom, 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 boom. And I'm just like, what is happening? You know, it's like, this is wild, you know, and we just sit there and I'll do energy clearing with the chart open and we'll test to find what the blocks are that people have and then clear them. And it is just like, it's like a Star Wars movie, you know, it's just like, this is next level stuff, you know, this is really, really cool. So I'm really glad you're here so I can share it with you. Okay. But more importantly than all of that is, don't you know yet, it is your light that lights the world. Okay. Rumi. And I'm guided daily that really what we're on this earth for is for all of us to truly step into the light of who we are, to really be that light, to get anything that's not that out of our way so that we can shine as bright as possible. Can you imagine this whole world lit up with absolutely everyone in it shining their brightest light? What would happen? Oh my God. It's like heaven on earth, right? And it's my opinion, it's my intuition that that's why we're here. We're actually here to bring that world through. We're actually here to get everything else out of the way and create this life and create this world. And one of the ways I've found to help with that is to assist you all with getting in touch with your map and then clear the stuff that's friggin' in the way, because it shows you who you are and then we can clear that stuff. And it's like, oh my gosh, let's go. Let's do this. So now we're going to bring in the money thing. This is funny. So I don't necessarily agree with JP Morgan, right? Uh, but he does have a good quote. And he says that millionaires do not use astrology. Billionaires do. Okay. And so for thousands of years, the elite, the secret societies, the people in charge have been using astrology. And my guess is that they actually use the accurate form of astrology. Yeah. And that brings me to another thing I need to bring up today. Yeah. So if the elite know about astrology and they know about the power of the moon and they know about the power of eclipses and they know that it brings everything up, there, in my opinion, my guess is that they do plan things with these cycles and that sometimes they plan somewhat dark or nefarious things, especially with these kind of deeper, more intense full moon energies. And I always would feel sometimes a density in the collective. And we've been just on the positive train. But I do want to address this because I think it's important. And so in my studies, came across a teacher who had been near death. And he actually learned how to heal himself through acupuncture and Chinese medicine. And then he developed something called the quantum healing method. Hi. And his name is James Lee Beamer, if you want to go check him out. And he developed a clearing technique. And so I started studying his work, and he shared with us that the elite at times put out curses into the collective field, like negative energy. And that resonated with me so much because sometimes I feel fine, but that there's there's just a bad frequency. Literally, like there's just like a negative frequency around me or near me, whatever. And so he taught and teaches a curse clearing technique to clear out any negative curses that the mainstream elite classes, etc., may put out into the field. Okay. And so I wanted to invite you all. It doesn't take very long, but I just wanted to say, kind of have you felt like there was kind of some density, right? There was kind of like, it's kind of an intense day here. Like I'm going to get through it, but we're doing something positive. It's good. But like, yeah, there was a dense energy, right? So would you like to join me in clearing any negative energies that may have been put out into the collective field today at the time of a full moon eclipse? What better time to do it than when everyone's super triggered, right, by the moon bringing everything up during an election year where there's a lot of dark energies being broadcasted through the news, through the media, through social media. Like there's just some dark vibes. Like I hate to say this, I'm all about love and light, but I do think it's important we address the other side and friggin' clear some of it so that we can be, oh yeah, yeah. Sarah's sharing some. She says she feels like the place that we live has a curse and that they don't like shiners here. Yeah, we live in an area in California that's way up in, yeah, we love it. It's beautiful here. We're in the redwood forest. But it's like an old logging town, like back to the 1800s, and like the train came up here, and it's like 30 minutes inland. It's like up winding roads from the ocean, and it's kind of like it's got a vibe for sure. Like, Sarah, I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, it's like you're too new, you're too different, right? It's like it's a thing. Who would like to clear any dense energies? Does that sound good before we get into like going deeper on this? Okay. Okay. So it's really simple. And what's cool is that you can take this, you can watch the recording, and you can do this anytime you want. Oh, that was not what I meant to do. So just stop share for a moment. I'm going to drag up my copy of this. And basically what it involves is tapping the third eye with 3 fingers. And I know a lot of you on this call may be familiar with this. My partner and I taught it in one of our master classes, but it's very, very, excuse me, very powerful. Okay, so after this class is over, you'll be able to come back to the recording and use it anytime you feel like there's a density. I also have a video I recorded doing it as well. So that is not the right share. Give me a moment here. Okay. There's a lot of energy we're about to clear here, I think. That's it. That's it. Okay. So this is from James Lee Beamer. And I'll just put it up on the screen so you can read it. Okay. So what you're going to do, well, I'm going to put a pretty picture up and give you a pretty picture. And you can just repeat after me, okay? We're just going to put this light up and call on the light. We're going to call on the light and be the lighthouses that we all are, because that's what we are. We are literally here to transmute, to transform, and to friggin' channel the divine light of Source, God, Great Spirit to this earth. We are living, breathing conduits of the Most High. And anything that is not that is simply something trying to stop us from being that. And it's not you, and it's not your true nature. Okay. So this technique is really helpful if you ever have anything come up that's like, I don't know how to handle this. This is intense. This will help to transform it. Okay. So are you ready? Fantastic. Okay. So what you're going to do, you're going to take your left hand, you're going to bring your thumb to your index finger, to the side of your index finger, like so. So there's you're looking down at your left hand, you look at the left of the index finger and just put your thumb right around where the fingernail meets the nail there. Okay. So that's creating a circuit of energy so that as we tap, it's a meridian point, which is the third eye, you're going to be flowing and allowing the energy of your body to circulate more actively. You might even feel a little tingling through the hand as you create this circuit of energy, like an electrical, right? You're creating a circuit of energy that keeps the energy flowing. Okay, you're going to take your right hand, you're going to take 3 fingers, and then we are going to recite a curse clearing out loud. So I will say it out loud, and then if you want to unmute and just add your voice in so that we're all kind of saying it like a mass thing and kind of visualize this, you know, we can ask this to be applied to everyone on the planet. We can ask this to be applied to our friends and our family. We can ask this to be applied to our home and our communities, and really make a big ripple across this earth today, because they could be sending out some crazy stuff and we're just going to transmute it. Okay. We're just going to claim our power from the Most High to shift the vibe, because that's what we're here for. Yeah, Anthony, go ahead. Oh yeah, you're just showing. Okay. I'm like, yeah. Okay. So take 3 fingers and then take a nice deep breath in and out. Before we begin, anyone want to put in the chat between 0 and 10? 10, you feel absolutely amazing, and 0, you don't feel good at all. What your number is as we go into this, just so that we can kind of show everyone what a big shift energetically it creates. And if you're watching online, feel free to do the same. This is super powerful, super, super powerful. You can use it for almost anything. Okay. Really good. Thank you all. Okay, we got some numbers coming in. 8.7. Oh, I like that. 8.7, not an 8.5, but an 8.7. Fantastic. Okay, we've got a 9. Yeah, who else? Who wants to just share where you're at? You guys are feeling high today, feeling good. It's because we're all here together, right? It's a super beautiful frequency. Super beautiful frequency. Okay, we've got a 8. Nice. Year of the 8. That's great. 6. Okay. Yeah, that's 7. Totally. 6? Fantastic. Yeah, I love lower numbers sometimes. So I'm like, let's see how much of a transformation we can create here. You know, it gets exciting. Okay. So feel wherever you're at. Okay. We're going to clear some stuff. Okay. Feel where you're at and we're going to clear some stuff. Take a deep breath in. Woof. And we're just going to ask to call in our guides. We're going to call in our guardians. We're going to call in our spiritual entourage. We're going to call the energy of the Most High source energy. We're going to call and we're going to ask that this clearing be applied to anywhere that we live, our house, our home, our community, our friends, our family, our neighborhoods, our towns, our villages, our world. Okay. And we're just going to take a deep breath in and out and take your 3 fingers and you're going to start tapping at the third eye. That's all you're doing. You're just tapping right here. Take a deep breath in and out. And if you want, Andony, you can put your hand in your lap if you want. It doesn't need to be up, just there. So it's circulating energy. Good. And you're going to repeat after me. And I'm going to say, by the power of all that art divine,
By the power of
By the power of all that are divine,
all curses, interference, and antagonism.
all curses, interference, and antagonisms,
That's right. And all angers, fears, and repeaters
and all angers, fears, and repeaters
are bound and defeated
are bound and defeated,
and must leave me now
and must leave me now
to return to the source,
to return to the source,
to be revealed in the truth
to be revealed in the truth,
and absolved in the light
and absolved in the light,
once and for all,
once and for all,
right now.
right now.
So be it.
So
So
be it.
be it.
Let it be done.
Let it be
Let it be done.
done.
And it is so.
And it is so.
By the power of all that art divine,
By the power of all
that
that
all
are
art
divine,
all curses,
all curses,
curses,
interference, and antagonism,
interference,
interferences,
and
and
antagonisms,
and all angers, fears, and repeaters
and all
all
angers,
fears, and
and
repeaters
repeaters
are bound and defeated
are bound
bound and defeated.
defeated,
and must leave me now
and must
and
leave
must leave me now
And
to return to the source,
to return to the
turn to the
source,
source,
to be revealed in the truth
to be revealed in the truth
the truth,
and absolved in the light
and
and
absolved in the
absolved
light
in the light,
once and for all,
once and
once
for all,
and for all.
right now.
right
right
now.
And
So be it.
So be it.
Let it be done.
Let it be done,
and
And it is so.
and it is
it
so.
is so.
Now tune into your body. Notice if you feel any tension or stress. We're going to keep going, but just notice, is there any darkness still? Tune in. Is there any darkness left in your body? Feel it. Sense it. That's it. And by the power of all that art divine,
by the
By
power
the power of all that are divine,
all curses,
all curses,
all curses,
interference,
interference,
and antagonism,
and
and antagonism,
and all angers,
and all angers,
fears,
fears,
and
fears,
repeaters
and repeaters
repeaters
are bound and defeated
are bound and defeated,
are bound and defeated.
and must leave me now
and must leave
And
me
must
now
leave me now
to return to the source,
to return to the
return
source,
to be revealed in the truth
to be
to be
revealed in the
revealed in the
truth,
truth,
and absolved in the light
and
and
absolved in the
resolved in
light,
the light,
once and for all,
once and
once
for
and
all,
for all,
right now.
right
now.
right now.
So be it.
So be it,
So be it.
And it is so.
and it is
And
so.
so.
Let it be done.
Let it be
Let
done,
Let it be done.
let it be done,
Let it be done.
let it be
Let it be
done,
done.
And it is done.
and it is
It
done.
is done.
Good. Take a deep breath in and hold. Exhale, blow it out. Good. Take a deep breath in and hold at the top. Exhale, blow it out. Good. One more time. Deep breath in and hold. Exhale, blow it out. Good. Take a deep breath in and out. Good. Good, good, good. Fantastic. Okay. Good. And just sit quietly. We just ask God. We just ask Great Spirit to just come and wash you, rinse off your field, send anything still lingering up to the light. And just ask for an unconditional love healing for all of you through all directions of time and space, just showering you off, connecting you back to the earth, back to yourself, back to the here and the now. Taking a deep breath in and out. That's it. Deep breath in and out. Maybe shake out your arms. Move your body. Get back into your body. Have some water if you want. Yeah, that was powerful. Yeah, anyone want to share? What's your number now?
9.2.
9.2. All right. All right. All right. Let's see. Got a 6 still. Okay. We'll see what we can do by the end of this call, Christine. Yeah, 11. Okay, we got an 11, a 7, 8. Okay. Okay. Did anyone notice a shift? Okay. What are you noticing from that?
As we kept repeating the mantra, I felt everyone's voices getting like more powerful in it, like it was gaining traction.
Yeah. Yeah. So you can do this anytime where you feel interference. And sometimes you might need to do more of it. And sometimes you might need to tailor the words to a different subject. Okay. It just really depends on what your current issue or challenge is. Okay.
Right as we finished, all of these turkeys just showed up in my yard and they were looking over the bushes at me. I don't know if you guys can see them. It's a turkey family.
Oh, how great.
So it was a total blessing from the earth.
Yes, yes, J-Ma. Thank you, God. Thank you, God. That's beautiful. Turkeys symbolically represent blessings. They represent gifts, actually. The energy of gift giving, the energy of sharing. So I want to thank you all because that sign tells me that you may have just really helped the planet today. You really gave a gift to the earth, and so powerful what we can do together. And Christine, don't you worry, I got your back. I think my guides were like, oh, that's what's going on. Because I know your astrology chart and I know what we're about to dive into here. And I was like, we'll get you, girlfriend. Don't you worry. You're just like handling something a little extra today. And some of us are, right? And when I looked at my chart and today's chart, I was like, oh my goodness. And so, you know, I could have, preparing for this event, I had to just be really imperfect because I was going through my stuff and I was like, it's more important that I just get on here with you than I worry about how perfect I'm being. And I think that is a really big lesson with the sun in Virgo with opposite Pisces, because Virgo is the ultimate perfectionist. Okay. It wants everything to be perfect. It wants everything to be lined up and exact. And one of the big lessons with Virgo is learning how to let go of that. Like instead of perfection, how about some progress, right? How about just some action? How about just like, I did the best I could. I did, this is where I'm at and this is what I can give, because Virgo's about giving. So it's about perfection and giving. And so have you ever noticed sometimes we get into this whole tizzy about how perfect our giving is? Like, did we give enough? Right. And Odile saying, Creator has made you perfect as you are. Exactly. Exactly. And that's what the Pisces moon is asking us to think about. So there's this battle between our need to be perfect and maybe our critical mind and all the negative self-talk that we have about, oh, we're not there yet. We didn't quite get to that thing yet. Why am I not here yet? And the moon in Pisces saying, can you allow yourself to be perfect where you are? Right. And I love this picture here. I found it the other night and it shows the sun and the moon, right? That dichotomy of the lunar light, the emotion, and the sun, which is our illumination. It's the brightness. And the full moon, every full moon, is when the sun and the moon are directly opposite one another. Isn't that interesting? I don't know if you knew that. So let me show you what that looks like. Okay, because this is, to me, it's very fascinating to actually see the sky and see what's happening in the sky to kind of get a better sense of what we're processing through here as a collective. Okay, so I'm going to share screen. I'm going to share screen with my favorite app. I love this app. It's stellarium.org and it's free. It's so cool. And you can just go look up at the constellations and see what's going on. Right. And so I think this is actually is that a comet? I think that might be a comet, perhaps. Here's the sun, right? Sun in 2 degrees of Virgo today. And now we're gonna make it a little smaller so we can see the big picture. We'll put us in the middle. Do you see how the moon is directly opposite the circle from the sun? Okay, so we have the sun in Virgo. Directly opposite, we have the moon in Pisces. Yeah. So every full moon represents this divine dance of polarity between the solar energy of the soul and the lunar energy of the emotion. The emotion. The moon is what makes how we're comfortable. The moon is sometimes considered to relate to the mom and nurturing and nourishment, while the sun relates to kind of more the father archetype. So the full moon gets kind of this polarization between the father and the mother principle. And then if you think of the full moon looking like a pregnant belly, there's an element of creation of us, of what it took for us to get here, the mother father, the sperm and the ovum coming together to create us, which then leads a trail back to our origin as a being, back to the original relationship between the mother and the father. And so the full moon time can actually bring up to the surface our mother-father relationship. What was our mother-father relationship when we were conceived and then when we were given birth to? Talk about a deep thing to trigger. Like, every once a month, we're gonna bring your awareness to your origin. That's a little bit what this does. Talk about time to get in the pool, right? Like time to get in the pool and just flow. Okay, it's time to just surrender and let go. Okay, so the full moon is the time of the monthly cycle when you have the potential and possibility to release the deepest core level emotional things, even down to original birth trauma or even conception trauma, which can be challenges between your mother and your father that happened when you were conceived and that you might have taken on inadvertently because you're just a sponge, right? You're just super sensitive and this beautiful, bright soul and coming into this world. And so that's one reason why full moons are so friggin' intense. Solar father, lunar mother. What was their relationship, right? If you're like me, it wasn't so easy. They were like two separate things, weren't they? They were like mom over here being one way, dad over, and we're still dealing with this, right? Men and women, like how do we get along? We speak different languages. We're from different planets. It really, like when I do energy work on groups, I've noticed how men's bodies respond to the work is completely opposite to women's bodies. I've had to like play with that and be like, why are the men not reacting the way the women are reacting when I do these clearings? And I finally realized they're energetically different. Men's energies spin counter to women's. I don't know if you knew that. Like our chakras are polarized to each other for a reason. Okay. So imagine then if we have two planets that represent the masculine and feminine force directly in polarity, kind of like men and women are, it's a little bit like having the masculine and feminine tension kind of put up on the movie screen and like acted out of like us feeling within ourselves our own tension between our masculine feminine principles, which then relates back to mother father God as well, right? Source. Yeah. So talk about deep. I don't think I could go deeper. Maybe I could. I don't want to challenge that, but this is what we are spiritually meeting every monthly cycle at the full moon. And most people won't tell this to you. They won't explain it in this way. This has been my years and years of like 20 years of observing astrology and noticing the full moon, because my mom taught me astrology when I was 10. And she would also take me out on the equinoxes and the solstices away from school to tune into nature and to feel. And so I've been following that for so long. And what's been coming to me are these ahas and these epiphanies about what these astrological events are really teaching us, what they're really bringing up for us, and the depth of them. And so knowing this, I felt like I have to get out here and share this with you so that you can have this deeper capacity, deeper awareness and illumination around what's possible today. And you're like, whoa, mind explosion, right? Like I thought this was going to be a little bit lighter, Lotus, but but it's exciting though too. Okay, it's exciting because now it might be making sense why you felt that certain way earlier today, or you felt this like tiredness, or you're like I don't know what this is, but it's deep and I don't know how to give it words. Well, think about being a baby in a womb. Did you have words back then? You were just a being, right? You were in the swimming pool, like OD, like Odalie right here. You were just floating in the waters of life, right? So it's hard to give it names or explain these early memories that can get brought up at the full moon time. Yeah. And I had to do a huge clearing for myself before our call today around my own birth experience. And I'm really lucky because I actually remember this stuff. I don't know if I'm lucky actually, but but I have the ability to recall these early experiences. And so doing that clearing completely has changed my life. Like I feel so shifted now being on this call with you all. So if you're ever interested in doing a deep dive and clearing your birth stuff, let me know. I'm happy to do sessions with you. I feel like I finally had a huge aha moment about myself today. And I'm like, oh my God, this could be so helpful for so many people to get these depths of awareness and to clear at this level. So may I just do a clearing for everyone? I sense that I brought like a decent level of stuff up for everyone as I talked about that. Are you guys open to that? Yeah. Okay. So I just want you to tune into what my words brought up for you. You're like, I don't even know what it was, Lotus. It was something. It was intense. Yeah. So just feel that. Just tune into that. Good. And we're just going to tune into all of your timelines, whatever that is, whatever that density is. And we're just going to ask for complete change history, and everything is needed. Levels 1, 2, and 3. And we're just shifting the depth. We're just shifting the density there. Take a deep breath in and out. There we go. Okay. Good. Yeah. Nice. Now you can tell the room just got a little lighter. Yeah, I always get a little nervous explaining to you what the full moon can mean, because it will bring things up. Okay. But I wanted you to have that because we'll do more clearings later on, so we'll get you through that. But is that kind of fantastic? Like, is that kind of mind-blowing to a new way to conceptualize what the full moon energy can bring up Like, yeah, I've noticed it's triggering, but like to even go that far back to what it can actually start bringing to the surface. I genuinely think we should make full moons, especially full moon eclipses, which amplify that effect times about 100,000 as sacred ceremony days where you just take off a couple days around these events. You just know, okay, this is my sacred opportunity to have so much more light and awareness brought into my life around my issues and my challenges, and like go into ceremony, go into tribe, you know, get around the fire with the drums, pound on the drums and sing and dance and clear together what the opportunity to clear is that we have here. It's really profound. Okay. So I just want you to know that we're in this window of miracles because we have the possibility to touch into what's been holding us back on the deepest level, even all the way back to birth, and let it go. Yeah. How cool is that? And also a little intimidating at first. Sarah says, everything is resonating with me so much. I can't wait to see you, to do a session with you. All of these things are going on in my life. 100%. I can't wait either. I love this. Is what I live for. You know, I grew up with so many challenges and stuff I couldn't figure out. And when I learned energy clearing and I learned how to start clearing my stuff, I was so ecstatic. Like, I can change these gnarly feelings. Like, I can shift this stuff. Like, it doesn't have to be permanent. Like, it doesn't have to be my whole life. And then I started doing that. And then my friends and family, like my brother got like a higher paying, like as I'm doing the clearings, he's getting better jobs and like better paying jobs. And my sister's doing great. I'm like, oh, that's cool. Like we have this effect, right? We have this effect when we do these things. Okay. So any questions at this point while we're here at the star map on the big screen? Yeah. Go right ahead. Y'all still, yep.
I was just gonna say in the chat that I'm gonna take a 1 minute water break, and
Yeah,
then
sure. Yeah,
and
anytime.
also I might leave around 2:50 because I have
Sure.
something to do. Okay.
Fantastic. Yeah, whatever you need to do, you guys. This is your free will zone. You get to be here as you wish. Fantastic. Yeah. So here we go. Come back to the map. Sun opposite moon. Now you have a better sense of why the full moon is such a big thing, right? Now it's like, okay, making a little bit more sense here. Now we're going to get a little bit deeper into the connection between the nodes of the moon, because at this full moon, we have the south node, which relates to the past in the same sign as the sun. I want you to notice the sun is near Mercury and it's near Venus. Okay, so Venus is the goddess energy. That's the divine feminine. So the feminine energy on the planet, Virgo, is being brought up around things related to work, related to service, related to giving, 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 giving. And it's with the past life point right in here, which means that's a past behavior. It's a past pattern. It's something we're moving away from. It's time to be done with that. Yeah, Sarah's just cracking up. Yep. Yeah. It's like the overwork pattern, the overdue pattern. That is the past life point for this entire year. And that's what this eclipse is being kind of brought up for us to face, and like, okay, it's time to let that go. It's time to let that go. Whereas the moon, emotions, how we feel, is with the destiny point for the future of what we're growing into. Moon in Pisces, intuition, space, spirituality, meditation. This is the year if you want to make an investment. It's so great I get to say this. I would say invest in a retreat center. Like, this is the year when people are going to be taking more time off work. They're going to be cutting back on their hours, and they're going to be leaving in droves to go to retreat centers to fill up their cup, to rejuvenate, to find their center, because people are done with the slave mentality of our culture. They're just done. Like, they just don't have the energy anymore to keep slaving, and their souls are hungry. And so there's this big, deep drive to fill our souls up. Okay, so if you want to know a good investment for the rest of 2024, retreat centers. How cool is that? Or like planning a retreat or going on a retreat or doing a meditation retreat or teaching spirituality or tarot cards or psychic readings, because that's what people want right now. They want to nourish the soul. They want that. And it's like, really, Lotus? Like, that's a good investment? I'm like, yeah, I know. It's kind of mind boggling. And also water, moon in water, destiny point in water. Okay. So now that I've shown you where in the sky these things are, and you can kind of see the tension of them, right? It's like they're directly opposite, they're polarized. We're going to dive into the chart a little bit more. And I have a feeling that most of you, have maybe looked at a chart. I know, excuse me, OD and Christine and Maddie, some of you have looked at charts and you know what they represent. Ryan, are you familiar with astrology charts? Is this new for you?
Mostly just like my birth chart, but not like reading a chart
Okay.
necessarily.
Yeah. Okay, fantastic. So, all right, we'll get back to that one. This is going to explain a lot to you.
Awesome.
Okay. So here is the chart for the eclipse happening tonight, 7:55 p.m. So how do we read a chart for all of you who are still learning? What is this? Like, what are we even seeing right now? Okay. So it's a circular, flat interpretation of a 3D subject, which is the sky. Okay. And if you have, this middle line here represents the middle line through the center of the circle represents the horizon line. Everything above the horizon line is the sky. It's what's up in the sky. Everything below the horizon line is what is in the sky, but we can't see it because it's under the earth, essentially. Yeah. And so everything under the horizon line represents things that are underground, are unconscious. It's like the yin, it's the dark, it's hidden energy. And the sun is actually under the horizon line at this eclipse. So the sun, the brightest light, is actually underground at the time of the eclipse, which is a little bit interesting. And so it could mean that we're feeling very internal, right? It could mean that we're feeling less outgoing than normal at a full moon. Like, have you noticed like the full moon, we tend to be like, yeah, like party, like go and dance with and sing with the drums, right? But with the sun under the horizon line, we may be feeling more quiet, just more subdued because the energy is not up high, it's down below. So there's a lot of stuff around the unconscious being illuminated by the light of the sun with this eclipse, okay? And I'll dive a little bit more into that. Now, if you look at the far left of the chart, this represents the eastern horizon. This represents what is at the eastern horizon at the time of the eclipse. What constellation is there? And so at the time of the eclipse on the eastern horizon in North America, okay, this might be different in other parts of the world, we have the constellation of Pisces there. And so Pisces, of course, right? Moon in Pisces, the eastern horizon will have Pisces on it. Pisces is our new beginning. Pisces is what we're moving into. And it's kind of interesting because the sun is usually more about new beginnings, right? Like sunrise. But the moon is the one near the destiny point of what we're moving into, what the new beginning is. And it's on the ascendant of new beginnings. And so it's telling us that we're really moving into a new beginning of spirituality, of connection to our highest self, of letting go of all of the hard work, right? It's like it's time for that to be done. It's just, we're done with that. Okay. And so we also have Chiron, the wounded healer, which is maybe one of the most challenging asteroids in astrology, conjunct the ascendant at the time of the eclipse. Chiron is the place and space inside of us that is yet unhealed. And so the sign that the collective has Chiron in is a Pisces, which relates to spiritual wounding. Spiritual wounding. So this could be like religious wars. This could be psychic persecution, like times where they went after witches or they went after healers. So Chiron here means that that type of wounding could be coming up to the surface with this full moon. So talk about another level of intensity being brought up by this full moon. Okay, so our destiny in Pisces, what we're moving into as a collective, Neptune, the god of dreams, the moon, look at how many things are in Pisces at this full moon eclipse. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 things. That's a lot. That's a lot of water. And it's on the eastern horizon, which is new beginnings. Moon is going to be exactly conjunct, like 3 degrees, Neptune. Check this out, guys. Check this out. This is like, this blows my mind. Is anyone familiar with the energetics of Neptune? Anyone here want to speak to the energy of Neptune and what you know about it? Neptune's just like a little baby planet. It's so small. But you see how they're right next door to each other? Yeah. Neptune is the planet of fantasy and dreams and illusion and imagination. So let me illustrate that for you. So Neptune with the moon. Okay. What does Neptunian energy look like? Here we go. Yeah. Neptunian energy is fantasy. Okay. It's like great art. It's like great music. It's like that art that takes you to another planet. Okay. It's that imagination realm. Neptune is like when you're sitting reading a book and you have this whole picture of another world in your mind's eye, right? Neptune is that amazing, intuitive, out of this world energy. Is it grounding? No, there is no grounding with Neptune. Neptune is free. It's the ocean, right? It's the waters. It rules cinematography. So movies, dreaming. This is not a great work day. I'm just going to put that out there. Like if you're trying to get work done today on this full moon eclipse, like I don't know, like maybe try not to because the moon, which is how we feel. Oh, thank you, Anthony. You're heading out. Okay. So glad you could join us, brother. Okay. The moon is emotion. It's how we feel, right? And it's with Neptune, which is illusion and imagination and dreams. So this might be a good day to chill out and like do what Odalie is doing. Like get into your pool, get into a float tank, read a book, right? Like read a book, like get into your imagination, like get into something peaceful because Neptune does not support super clear thinking or planning or like getting work done. It is the antithesis of getting work done. In fact, actually, it tends to be very spacey. It's space essentially. So it's good for being spacious, but it's not so great for grounding. Okay, it's great for music. It's great for art. Like today could be if you're an artist, if you're creative, if you're, someone who wants, like today would be an amazing day to do a painting or like write a song or like get into that creative flow because you have the planet of creativity in this, like conjunct the moon opposite the sun at the time of the eclipse. So this is so powerful. This is like this spaciousness of the mind. You might have incredible dreams right now. You might have incredible awarenesses and cognitions and things come through today that you never imagined, right? Because the moon and Neptune at the eclipse time, like that is just powerful. It is also the heavenly realms. It is God. It is spirituality, right? We may be feeling so drawn to connecting to something higher. We might be feeling called to get in touch with our spiritual nature. Moon with Neptune. We might be like, oh, I just crave to go to the light. I just want to be bathed in light right now. And part of that is because as we look at the stars, we see, as we look at the chart, the tension between the moon being in Pisces with Neptune, like in the mermaid chamber of imagination and fantasy. Yes. You have Moon and Neptune, Odalie. Well, there you go. She's leading the way today. She's showing us the way to be and the things to do that will activate, right? That will be the biggest gift and the biggest blessing in terms of just really enjoying ourselves with these energies. Now, if we go back to the chart and kind of get in touch with what else is going on, we get into the less beatific aspect of things. So I want you to meet Cetus. Now, I didn't know about Cetus because, you know, we're not taught all of the stars. Typically, we just kind of know the 12 or 13 of them that we hear about. And so I finally learned about Cetus during a very stormy time of year. And I was wondering why it was so stormy. And I looked up and I did the astrology and I found out that the sun was like literally like right here in Pisces. So Cetus is known as the whale, the whale or the sea monster. And in Greek mythology, Cetus was sent by the god Neptune. So here we have Neptune in the whale tail. Okay. We have Neptune right there. So what is the story of Cetus? You guys want to hear the story, the Greek mythology of Cetus? What that's all about? So there's a whole story here. So if you've been noticing stormy energy, check this out. Okay, so here's Cetus. This is the sea monster. The sea monster. And so in Greek mythology, Neptune or Poseidon, the god of the sea, took offense at a certain princess. I think her name was Andromeda or Cassiopeia, one of the two. Because she claimed, and she was a princess in Ethiopia, she claimed she was the most beautiful princess in all the land, that she was more beautiful than all of King Neptune's, god of the seas, sea nymphs. Okay, and so we know in Greek mythology that the gods would always get upset at the mortals for claiming to be better or more beautiful than them, right? You're maybe somewhat familiar with this. And so Neptune asked Cetus, the sea monster, to go and destroy Andromeda's village. And he commanded that they had to sacrifice Andromeda to the sea monster. Oh my God. And so everyone was mourning and upset. They, you know, they're going to lose their princess. And they took her out and they chained her to a rock in the ocean. And there she is, naked, waiting for Cetus, the sea monster, to come and eat her up. She's terrified. I mean, talk about scary. Talk about like fear. Okay. So Cetus is a very symbolic energy of fear, of facing our deepest fear. Okay. So whenever we have a planet nestled up next to Cetus, there may be things from below, fear, doubt, anxiety, terror being brought to the surface in the collective. Okay, there may be underground stirrings of like, oh, I feel something and I don't know what. That's what Cetus can represent. And so at the darkest hour, when all was lost, in comes Perseus, the great Greek hero, with the head of Medusa that he had cut off. And he holds up, not looking, and turns Cetus, the sea monster, into stone. Okay, so it's her darkest hour. And yet, at the moment of her darkest hour, Hallelujah. Comes Perseus and rescues her. And not only does he rescue her, he falls in love with her. Ladies will love this story. And asks her to be his queen and takes her off to Crete, his island, to rule over this new land. So at her darkest hour, when she thinks all hope is lost, it's the end. She's going to get gobbled up by a sea monster. In comes Perseus on his Pegasus, his white horse, scoops her up, rescues her, and takes her off to no longer be a princess, but to be a queen. So she gets seriously up-leveled. Not just a little bit, like seriously upgraded here. You know, from the darkest, lowest moment to the brightest, happiest, most transcendent, powerful moment. Okay, and so what Cetus asks us to think about is when we're in our darkest moment, might it actually be the moment right before the sunrise? Might it actually be the moment right before your biggest victory? To really like take those moments where you feel like you're chained to a rock, you're at your bottom of the barrel, and imagine maybe this is that moment when Perseus and Pegasus will appear and I will ascend into my highest opportunity. And so it's a real study of opposites here. It's a real study of perspective of these two different energetics. And if we look at the star map and we go find Cetus, right? Here's Cetus here. There it is. Right above Cetus is Pegasus. How cool is that? And here is the moon with Neptune, right? Imagination and fantasy, right between Pegasus and Cetus. And so we're poised right here at this full moon eclipse between the darkest moment and the brightest moment, which is really the yin yang, isn't it? It's the yin yang of possibilities, because within every horrible, challenging, worst case scenario is the seed of its exact opposite, its highest and best, most amazing opportunity. And so can we take wherever we're at right now, whatever we're going through, and can we find and focus on and bring to life and fan the flames of the seed of the greatest opportunity that is lying in wait, just waiting for us to allow it, to align to it, to get into the right vibrational energetic field to accept it and to receive it. And then have this transcendent experience. I love this photograph. I mean, it's just like the most romantic Greek myth I think I've ever come across. Usually it doesn't end so well, right? But this is like one of the few happily ever after moments in Greek mythology. I didn't go past this moment, so we don't know what happened further along the line, but we're just going to trust that everything worked out really, really well for them, right? And so they probably were human, and probably after a few years, you know, like you're going to wash your dishes, you know, you're going to put away your socks, right? But, you know, that is what it is. We'll stick with the romantic scenology. And it's just amazing having this full moon, right? And then just thinking about the sun and moon, lunar and feminine, so solar and lunar. There's a real focus on the masculine and feminine principles, both within us and in the world. And how can we find balance, harmony, and healing, both in ourselves and in our external relationships out in the world? Yeah. Kind of amazing, right? Kind of really, really amazing. And also, have you noticed any storminess in your life recently? Yeah, anyone noticed any storminess? Like where I live, a storm came in yesterday, like out of nowhere, clouds and wind, and I was just like, what just happened? Yeah, Sarah's nodding her head. She's like, yeah, that was weird, right? So there was Cetus, and I've noticed weird weather patterns whenever anything is near Cetus. And so here we have Saturn, which is the god of restriction and discipline and structure. Oh, and Ryan, you had a huge rainstorm yesterday. Yeah, up in in Reno. That's amazing. That's unusual, right? That's unusual. Where did that come from? So I have noticed a huge correlation between when planets are near Cetus and weather patterns. It's like, it's almost predictive at this point where I'm like, oh, there's Cetus in the planets. Okay. It's gonna get a little tumultuous, right? It's gonna get a little bit stormy. And not only that, but we have Neptune, the god of the sea, who is in charge of Cetus, right? Neptune is the god of the sea. Cetus is his buddy, right? So if you notice storminess, just, what I do is I pray to the elementals and I ask them to quiet the winds or, and they listen. It's phenomenal. I've actually been able to help quiet some storms by praying to the elementals and being like, please, like, there's people, we need you to be safe, and it works. Okay. So praying to the elementals, very, very powerful to be kind to the humans. Okay. So if that was not enough, we're going to go a little deeper. Are you ready? Oh, Lordy. So we have all these things in Pisces. We have this huge past life energy activated in Pisces, and it's all opposite Virgo. Look at how many things in Virgo. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 things in Virgo. Water, earth, water, earth, flow, right? Imagination, mysticism, beauty. On one side, Pisces, on Virgo, structure, right? The harvest, material things. What is Virgo? Well, if Pisces is meditation and imagination and dreams and fantasy and art and music, and it's this flow, it's this spiritual state, it's the oneness, it's heaven, right? It's the mystical realms, it's the 12th house, it's the completion, it's the return back home. That's what Pisces is. It's the return back to God. How cool is, like, that's a powerful energy. Now, do we want to be on the return back to God when we're at work? Right? So that's where we get into Virgo. Virgo, so if Pisces is the return to God and our spiritual nature, what Virgo is our day-to-day life. It's our routine. It's what we eat. It's what we do. It's our physical body activities. It's doing fasts, right? It's the care of our physical vessel. It relates to everything on earth that's material, all of the plants, all of the animals, all of the herbs and minerals. And I call Virgo the handmaiden of the earth because the energy of Virgo is to be of service and to care for things, right? It's the epitome of the mama, Mother Earth. Hi, kitty. Right? There we go. We got some animals, right? As we talk about Virgo, what's going on? We got a mystical kitty. So she's got like animal, but she's also a cat, which is like kind of Piscean too. So she's a good bridge between those worlds. Yeah. Hi. Yeah. So we have this dichotomy between the physical, material world and everything in it with our spiritual connection. So here's Virgo, right? It's practical. It's like doing yoga. It's like eating delicious food. It's like all the deliciousness that we eat to be healthy. Virgo is so good at that, at the nourishment and the caregiving. It's the veterinarians, right? It's the doctors, it's the healers. Virgo is all about the specifics of daily life on earth and how we care for other people, how we serve other people, we make sure other people are healthy and cared for. However, can we get lost in either one of those worlds? Can we either get too mystical and like dreaming and floating on a cloud somewhere? And like today I was meditating near a tree. I like forgot my phone. Was like, oh my God, where'd my phone? Like, oh, I just like left it there because I was like in a cloud, right? So that's when Virgo comes in and gets us a little more grounded and a little more practical. Where's this? Where's that? What's my schedule? What am I doing? When, where, why, who, what, when? That's Virgo. It's very grounding. And so if we come back to today's chart and we look at the chart again with these new eyes of the Piscean energy and the Virgo energy, and we look at this full moon eclipse, are you starting to kind of get the theme? Are you kind of starting to get the polarity between the upper realms, the etheric realms, and the physical body? And how it's really being accentuated is with the planet Venus being in Virgo, the goddess of love in our hearts, right? It's what we love. It's the divine feminine caregiver. And we have Juno, the asteroid of marriage, here as well. So the wife and the mother. So for a man, this could relate to your mother or the women in your life being somewhat highlighted in some fashion for you, right? But these two things are in direct polarity and opposition to Chiron, the wounded healer today at the time of the eclipse. Oh, Lordy. And so this can speak to a deep spiritual womb in the collective feminine heart. Yeah, and so this could speak to the divine feminine, like, and as a man, right, there's also divine feminine energy in men as well, and male bodies as well, right? Divine feminine energy is the yin, it's the receptive, it's the intuitive, right? Of course, probably have a core of masculine energy, but you still have feminine energy as well, right? And as women, we are a core of feminine energy, but we have masculine as well. So we're this interesting polarity of both. And so Venus is opposing Chiron, the wounded healer. Chiron relates to the unhealed wounds, the unhealed spiritual and psychic wounds from past lives. Venus is our hearts. It's what we love. It's also money. So to say today is probably a deep day for most people is probably an understatement. Given all the things that I've already shared with you, is it's starting to kind of make a little more sense now. Yeah, and so Chiron is also conjunct. So it's not only just Chiron, the wounded healer, wounds around spirituality, wounds around religion, wounds around our psychic ability. So if you're a light worker, if you're an empath, if you're a healer, you could have wounding coming up around times that you friggin' got hurt for helping people, right? Or Venus in Virgo opposite it, times you made money being a healer and then you were hurt for it, or you lost your money, or they stole your money. So it's like the wound between both being a healer and our money, our wealth, and like how to have wealth and be a healer. It could be hurting, like Venus is the heart. And it could be like, ow, like what the heck? What is it going to take to be the healer that I'm here to be and also make money? Like that could be like a super deep core pain people are feeling today of like, I am here to heal. I am here to be a light. But this money thing, like, what is that? And so what could be happening is that a past life trauma with money, because Chiron is the past, it's also retrograde right now until November, opposite Venus, the billionaire planet, our greatest wealth, means that in order for us to unleash our wealth, we have to face, acknowledge, and heal the wound around when did we lose that money? When did we get persecuted for making money as a healer? Where were we told that as a spiritual person, we made an oath or a vow not to make money because it wasn't godly? Okay. And so this huge theme around lifetimes where we were monks, we were nuns, we were healers, we were whatever religion, and they said you have to vow a vow of poverty. You have to do a vow of, no money. How many of us are holding that? And it's coming up today and we're feeling frustrated because it is time on this earth to do and share our gifts. You feel it. You're like, you know it in every particle of your being that you're here to share your spiritual gifts. Destiny point in Pisces, what the collective is here this year working on is learning how to step into our spiritual gifts, how to step into our psychic abilities, how to start seeing our past lives, how to start allowing ourselves to be the multi-dimensional quantum psychic beings of light that we are literally here to be. Destiny point in Pisces. Past life point is in Virgo, which is work and service. We're not doing that anymore. Okay, we are here to work and serve, but from a spacious place so that we're no longer suffering and giving away our flesh and our body in exchange for money. Right? It's done. It's like we're done with that. We're done being that kind of slave mentality. I don't know if you've ever heard of the Anunnaki or the story of the Anunnaki, but this is deep. And this is an origin story, by the way. And that's why I bring it up, because I said the word slave. And so according to this origin story of how humanity was created, and this was written by Zachariah Stitchin, and I've been listening to another man who was actually this is really wild, you guys, the biographer for all of these very elite, wealthy families of nobility. So he was like he was their genealogist, and he spent years and years studying the family trees of these very wealthy, very highly ranked people. And he found the story leading back to the Babylonian era and to the story of the origin of humanity, which goes back to us having been founded by extraterrestrials who came to our Earth. They called them gods, and they were called the Anunnaki. And supposedly they came to our Earth, and this is far out there, you know, take this with a grain of salt as much as you want, but this is what I've been studying as of recently. And they came to this Earth because their planet needed gold. They needed gold for the atmosphere. And they found that if they came to this Earth, there was a lot of gold here. But they also couldn't handle the atmospheric pressure. It made them very tired because it was thinner on the planet that they came from. And so they needed people here on the planet to mine the gold for them. They needed people here to work for them. And so they came up with this great idea that they would take some of the inhabitants of our planet here, who are, you know, a bit advanced, but still kind of more like, you know, like a little more like cavemen. And they interbred their galactic species energy with the hominoids on the planet to create modern humans. And that's actually how we were created. It's called The Story of the Anunnaki. You can learn about it from Zachariah Stitchin. There's like a whole wealth of information on this, and, you know, take it or leave it. It's really up to you. But I bring this up because at the core of when we were created, supposedly, if we follow or tune into that mythology or that mythos, we were created to be slaves, essentially. Like, we were here to serve this other group to do what they wanted us to do. And so when I look at the astrology today, Sun in Virgo, South Node, which is the past life point in Virgo, Vulcan, which can relate to the storm god, the point of destiny, Juno, the wife and the mother, and the divine feminine. And this is also considered to be, Virgo is considered to be the mother of the zodiac. It looks like a pregnant woman. And they named it after an Anunnaki, who was the first mother of humanity, who bore the first beings of this earth. Yeah, you can feel that. Yeah. Yeah. The original mother, as they say. Yeah. And so what may be coming up with this polarity with Pisces is that and the South Node being in Virgo, the South Node being in this like work, serve mentality, is that we're letting go of that old patterning as a collective. So that could be bringing up to the surface old feelings, senses, and emotions of having been a slave, having had to work or serve something other than your own plan. Okay. And then that might have been on repeat for how many lifetimes? And that this pattern of not being allowed to choose our own path and create our own freedom is being brought up to the collective with this full moon and this eclipse, to once and for all to finally begin to untie and unknot it and let it go. Yeah. Yeah. This is quantum level stuff. And thank you for being open to me sharing. I get on here and source just comes through me, and I just share with you what comes up. So thank you for being open to travel to these realms with me. And so I want to invite you to imagine what it would be like to be free of the tendrils and the coils of control or domination or subjugation around you as a being. What it would be like to be totally free to choose your path, to choose your purpose, to choose who you serve and when and why. To serve from a place of an overflowing cup and no longer out of a need to have to, right? Out of a compulsion, out of an overgiving. or just out of a the genetic pattern that we were perhaps given as humans, that we must do what we're told, right? And so what if we're suddenly finally starting to clear that as a collective? What would that be like? Yeah, it is incredible. Thank you, Ryan. I know, mind explosion. And Sarah asks, are there people who have tunnels under Mount Shasta? You know, I wouldn't doubt it. I think there's tunnels probably under almost every, like Los Angeles has tunnels. I don't know if you know that. Like there's tunnels almost under every famous city. You know, who are we? Why are we here? Where have we come from? These are questions that I don't think have been fully and completely answered yet. And so we're living, like Odalie said, at the peak moment of such amazing, powerful, exciting, turbulent, wild times. And I think that having all these things in the collective could be part of why I wanted to unpeel what's going on here, because it takes quite a bit of telling to get the story out, doesn't it? It gets quite a bit of telling. And would you agree now you're starting to kind of get like, wow, this is making more sense? Are you starting to kind of feel like now I know why today felt so big, right? Now I know why I had so many things coming up for me. So there's more, but I'm gonna kind of leave the astrological interpretation there, because I could spend probably the next 100 years explaining today's chart readout to you. But I think we've kind of covered some of the big major themes, core themes that are at play here. And now I want to take the time to go over and kind of show you where in your chart this is being activated. Does anyone have any shares or questions or comments at this point that you'd like to share? And Sarah's saying all week long, huge stuff. I'm kind of terrified to know what's going to happen next. Well, I want to invite you, because terror is normal, right? We have Cetus, the sea monster, fear. That's coming up for everyone. There's like this huge fear of the unknown. Yeah, I can feel it. You know, it's like just this huge fear of the unknown, not just in us, but like in everyone. Like, who's going to get elected? Who's going to be president? That is a big deal. Did you know? This is going to blow your mind. Did you know that the Knights Templar, do you guys know who the Knights Templar were, by the way? They're basically like the original secret society who came to the United States. Yeah, they came to the United States. They were persecuted by the Roman Catholic Church, but they lived on. And they were in charge of rescuing, maintaining, and caring for ancient, secret, sacred technology that had been lost from the pre-Diluvian civilizations like Atlantis and the like that had been spread across the world. And so they banded together to bring those things together to make sure they were safe. And at a certain point, they were persecuted by the Catholic Church. They were executed. It's pretty horrible. Some of them remained. And they took their treasure, because they had treasure upon treasure like you wouldn't believe, because they'd been collecting it for thousands of years. They brought it to the United States, and it was their wealth that was behind the founding of this country. And they founded this country, the United States of America, to be the new Atlantis, to be the new world, to be the place where higher civilization could be founded again. And so the United States and what happens in the United States is pivotal for the entire planet. It's pivotal. We are leaders of democracy. We are leaders of us being free as humans. Okay? And you know that. I'm like striking some chords now. And so this coming year, we're in a Pluto return. So Pluto, the planet of transformation, the planet of the underworld, the planet of the shaman, transformation, is in the same place, or will be in the same place in February that it was at the founding of the United States of America. So we're in a Pluto return for the United States of America. So we are in a pivotal reformation, transformation of the very structure of our society and of our whole government system here in the United States. And it will be in Capricorn in February. Capricorn is the earth. It's structure, it's the authority, it's the leaders of the land. Okay. And so Pluto here We're transforming the very structure of our society. So that terror, that fear, I don't know what's going to come next. Yeah. Yeah, we are reforming all the structures. It is so unstabilizing, isn't it? It's like, I don't know what's going to happen. Yes. However, I want you to have faith. I want you to have faith because in the last several months, I have been getting in touch with energies of love and support that I never knew were here. And it's been coming through like it's going to work out perfectly. Like that's what my guides have been showing me. Like, 'cause I felt the fear too. I've had to go into deep states of meditation and they've just been like, it is going to work out. It may be a little bit bumpy. It may be a little bit tumultuous, but it is going to be amazing. You are on the right track. You are doing the right stuff. We are transmuting the energy. That is the number one thing my guides say. Transmute the energy and clear the energy and rise higher. Rise higher. It's been embarrassing. Yeah, our country, yeah, totally. It's been like, what is going on? For sure. For sure. But we are actually going to create a very beautiful future. And I think y'all are going to be surprised. There's going to be a lot of truth come out. Pluto and Sagittarius, there's going to be a lot of truth come out over this next year, the next 6 months. So just be prepared to learn things that you're like, wow. And be prepared to hold space for people who are like going to be shocked by what they learn because a lot is going to come up to the surface and be revealed. Yeah. So anyone at this point, anyone have any questions while we have the chart up? I know we have some amazing astrology people on the call. So does anyone have any questions for me about the astrological chart, about this full moon eclipse that I haven't answered yet, that I can give more clarity to before we dive into your personal analysis here? Yeah, go ahead.
I'm just blown away by all the information. It's beautiful.
Yeah.
It's so like perfect how you put it all together too.
You know, God did it. I
Yeah.
couldn't put it together. Like I'm just sitting here like, what am I gonna say next? I don't know what's happening here. So thank you, God. Thank you, Source. You know, I'm really speaking to you and to you, Sarah, and to everyone here. When I get on a call, I have to kind of just surrender because the guides come through and the spiritual energy comes through and what wants to be shared comes through. So I've just allowed myself to just start surrendering more. And it's always so nerve-wracking before a call because I set up the framework, but I have no idea what's gonna happen. I have no clue. And I just have to just like, okay, well, we're just gonna like trust that all goes well here. So thank you for your appreciation and thank you for being so open because this is a time when a lot of truth is coming through. Right now, Pluto is actually in Sagittarius, which is the sign of truth, and it's the sign of freedom. Okay. And Mars here, which is the planet of action and leadership, is going to be directly opposite Pluto in the next month. So Mars is leadership, it's action. What are we moving into? This whole leadership presidential thing. It's about to kick up a couple notches, especially with Mars opposite Pluto. Pluto is the truth. Pluto is revealing the things that are hidden. Mars is action. And it's in Gemini, which is the sign of media and the sign of newspapers and the sign of written spoken words. Okay. So in the next month, y'all, it's going to get really interesting. Okay. Like the truth factor is going to go up several notches. You know, I was listening to someone who's like a super truth revealer. Like he started his own radio, he's done everything to just be able to keep speaking and sharing the truth. And I was rocked by the power of that person and that man. And I just got the sense with Mars opposing Pluto, there's going to be a lot of masculine leaders. And they could be feminine, but very strong, courageous leaders coming forwards who are going to really start revealing the truth. And so just be ready. This is an activating time. Don't get lost in fear. Don't get lost in terror. Ask for what you want to create. You are the creator. Them out there, they're just doing what they do. They're always going to be doing what they do. You have the power. You hold all the power. That's what they don't want you to know is that you have all of the power. They really can't touch you, right? They really can't even touch you because you are connected to God. And that is the Most High or Source or Great Spirit, whatever you want to call it. And that energy and that light is what scares them. Us knowing that connection is what scares them. And so as long as you tap into that every day, you choose that path, you go into that, you're going to be like blown away by the miracles, by the magic, by the abundance that comes through. So choose you, essentially, like choose your freedom, choose your truth, choose what makes you happy, and let all that other stuff go because it is going to be amazing. And it's our intention that we set, it's the seed that we plant that creates our futures. Whether it's now, whether it's at the new moon, whatever time it is, we are setting what we're going to create. We are the ones. We can clear the external, we can clear that stuff, but we also have to choose from within to launch those ships from our own beingness, from our own hearts, from our own soul, so that we can ride forwards and be free, because that's what we're here for. Yeah. Thank you so much for asking. Any questions? Any astrological questions before we start jumping into the one-on-ones here? Okay. All right, fantastic. So, whew. All right. That's so sweet. So that picture, it's just like, it's a really good time to imagine right now, right? It's a really good time to get in touch with our imagination. It's a good time to get in touch with what we want to create, right? What movie scene do we want to imagine on the course of our lives? So now we're going to go and welcome Alicia Law. Glad you could join us. We're going to go, and she got here right at the right time. Your timing is impeccable, as always. We're going to go into the personal reads of where this full moon eclipse energy is going to be activating you personally. And it's been really interesting where I am. It's been very windy and kind of stormy this whole call. Just kind of, it reminds me of Cetus, the sea serpent, like I feel it kind of like, ooh, like circling around. And it's like, it's challenging us to stay positive. It's challenging us to stay true to our own power because it's like nipping. It's like nipping at where we feel a little bit of fear, little bit of anxiety, right? So it's like we're being challenged to rise above the lower dimensional energies. And they can only get us if we choose to align with them. But if we stay above them and rise into our higher energy, they don't have anything on us, right? Oh, snow in Italy, floods in Poland. There we go. Yeah, I try not to watch the news, right? Because I'm like, oh my God, whoa. But yeah, stormy energy. And then to add to the stormy energy effect, there's something called Vulcan. Have you guys ever heard of Vulcan? It's a hypothetical planet. I don't know what that means, but they are like, okay, there's a hypothetical planet. It's always right next to the sun, and it's the storm god. Okay? And it's exactly conjunct the sun at the eclipse, right? So there's this stormy energy. Very interesting, right? So in order to look at your charts, we're going to look at from 2 degrees of Virgo, storms in Asia. Interesting. Yeah. So the astrology is very predictive of weather patterns. Very predictive. Yeah. Eclipses are known to be a little bit stormy too, because what's going to happen is that the sun is literally blocked out for a little while. Not entirely, right? Not entirely, but we're going to have this kind of darkening, or the moon is, whichever one it is. There's this shadowy quality to eclipses. And so what I want to invite you to do during the time of the eclipse is to light a candle. To light a candle and to stay connected to your own inner light. Because the more light we all produce at the time of that eclipse, the more powerful our light will be for the world. Okay, so people might be having their shadows come up. So we just light a candle today. We just light a candle tonight, both physically and metaphorically in our beingness of we are the light. We are the lighthouse. You cannot dim our light. You cannot turn off our light. We are eternal. There's no end to the light. There's no way to diminish it. It is eternal. Okay. And so what the negative energies try to do is they try to fool us into thinking that that light can ever end. They try to fool us that our light could be shut out, but it can't. We literally are eternal. There we go. There's our candle. Yay, Odalie. I love it. Fantastic. Fantastic. Yeah, so light a candle tonight. Light a candle for yourself, light a candle for this earth, light a candle for humanity, and set an intention for what world you want to see. Okay, what outcome you want to have. They want the world to be in fear, whoever they is. But we have the power to choose something else, right? And so the more of us that choose to be happy and joyful and positive in the face of all the things they're trying to scare us with on the news, imagine the ripple effect that we have on this planet. Just us today gathering together, I can feel it. I can feel it. And I felt all these things trying to stop me from getting on here with you all. And I was like, for days, I had to like push through them because I knew that we have to be in this state of love and we have to come together and that we're so powerful when we do this. We're just limitlessly powerful. Okay. So now we're going to get into, and Alicia Law, there will be a recording so you can go back. There's a whole lot of explanation we just jumped into. I think you'll really enjoy. We're going to look at from 6 degrees of Pisces down to 35 degrees. Now, I didn't mention this, and maybe it's important that I do, that Chiron, the wounded healer, isn't alone here. Right? It'd be one thing, okay, Chiron, the wounded healer, wounds around our psychic abilities, wounds around our spirituality, wounds around religion. Okay. Well, there's also another asteroid here, which is Eris, the goddess, the asteroid of conflict. Interesting. So we have the goddess of conflict. So what's her deal? She supposedly showed up at a party of the gods with a golden apple. She throws the golden apple amongst all of the gods and goddesses partying and says, whoever is the most beautiful gets the golden apple. Uh-oh. Pandemonium. Fighting, breaking out amongst all the gods, trying to prove how great they are. So there could be wounds around our egos, around needing to be the best, needing to be acknowledged, needing to be seen, coming up in the collective, like this conflict energy, right? And who's the best? Like a competitive spirit around our spiritual gifts, a competitive spirit around our connection to God. Like, what the heck? The last thing that we need, right? When we're just trying to like get in touch with God and be spiritual, is any sort of competition or conflict. But then we look at the Middle East and we look at the conflict between religion that's happening. We look at how this is so old and ancient, Chiron, the wounded healer, with Eris, the asteroid of conflict. And we see how the astrology is showing us, yes, this is what's happening. This is what's coming up, but maybe it's coming up to heal it. Maybe it's coming up to finally clear it. Maybe it's coming up to finally let it go. Okay. Finally let this old story go and get back into unity, get back into connection, get back into healing, get back into remembering that God created all of us. We're all equal. There's no one who is above or below. We are all one. In Lakesh Alakim, right? That's what they say in South America. I bow as one spiritual light. I bow to the other spiritual light, that we are all one of this great spirit. Namaste. The light in me bows to the light in you, right? All of us holding this divine spark, none of us higher or lower. That's the dream. That's the vision. That's the truth. Okay. Whew. So we're going to look from 6 degrees of Pisces to 35 degrees of Pisces on one side, wherever you have that in your chart. And we're going to look from 2 degrees of Virgo to 31 degrees of Virgo on the other side. So some of you out there are going to be really surprised and interested and excited to hear about what area, what location of your chart these planets are in. Now, it has been 2.5 hours. Holy mother of God. So I am going to give you all a 5-minute recess. I like recess. That's a good word. It makes me think of school and we'd like go out with the bell and like play. And I'm going to invite you all to go get a drink of water, use the restroom if you need to, shake out any yayas, and come back in 5 minutes and we will get into your charts. Also, if Ryan Smith and Sarah, if you could message me your birthday information, your charts, your birthday time and location, I can create your charts. You can either message me personally. If you don't mind, you can share it in the group. Either way is fine. Okay. Yeah, so 2 degrees. Yeah, you got it, Christine. Christine has totally got this down. All right. So I'm going to put on the crystal bowls for us all, and I will be back here in 5 minutes. If you want to sit and get a little clearing from the bowls, that's fine, or go get some food and water, that's fine too. I will be back here very shortly. So it is 3:25. So we will meet back up 3:30 and be ready to go into your charts and to learn what these aspects are doing for all of you. So see you all shortly. All right. Okay. So we will start with you, Christine. Just give me a moment here. Hope you had a good rest. You know, the other thing I wanted to share with you all is that because of the increased solar flare activity, and this is something that's going to continue the rest of the year, what does that do? It increases the level of radiation on the planet, and radiation is more light, and it affects the body, it affects the DNA, and it also affects our energy, and it causes detox. It can cause us to have detox reactions, and it can cause us to purge energy, emotion, bring stuff up even more. It amplifies what the full moon is already doing, bringing things up to the surface, right? So that's why it's an exceptionally strong full moon eclipse. One of the things that I've learned about how to handle solar flare activity is diet related. So one, of course, is to drink more water, you know, be conscious of where you go. If you can, you know, redwood forests are helpful because it cuts down on the solar flare, you know, the intensity of the radiation. I live in a huge redwood forest, which actually kind of blocks out the solar light. And I went up on one of the days we had huge solar radiation. I went on a hike in the forest, and it was so nice in there. I could feel a palpable shift in like how I could function and just like handle the energies as they were coming in. So that's something to consider. Additionally, diet is a big deal. And so eating more raw fruits and vegetables, as simple as that sounds, especially when we have solar radiation hitting the planet, salads, you know, lemonade, like lighter food will help you weather the radiation better. And also eating things like dates, because dates are grown in high solar places. So they are really good at helping you kind of sense how can I handle greater sun? As well as the flower calendula, which relates to the energy of the sun. It's orange like the sun. So in homeopathy, we choose things that are like each other to help ourselves feel better. Okay, so calendula flower, dates. Oh yeah, Christine, I swear our air smells like it's being ionized. Yeah, we are champions to be surviving in this day and age because they are literally trying to kill us, you know, like environmentally, like it's a thing. And so we have to be conscious. We have to become warriors of our diet, warriors of our nutrition. And hey, maybe that's what this full moon in Virgo, sun in Virgo, so many things in Virgo, that's the other side to the Pisces Virgo equation is our focus on diet, our focus on nutrition, on eating well, on sleeping well, on taking care of our physical bodies. Okay. And so that's the real balance point that we're being asked to find is how to be spiritual, how to be connected, how to be spacious, and also how to be physically healthy, right? How to eat really well. Yeah. How to take care of our bodies. Like, you know, Ryan shared that he had a fast the last couple of days, right? And what a powerful thing to do going into this full moon. Okay, so just some things to think about, that polarity between our spiritual self and our physicality, our expansion, connection to God, and our physical bodies, and how we're taking care of them. What are we eating? And so now we're going to dial it in by looking at your individual charts. Christine, beautiful Christine. I know you work hard every day. She works on the farm. She's the sprout queen. She grows her own sprouts.
I'm actually harvesting sunflower greens as I watch this. So that's why you can see my head turn because I can't stop.
We love and appreciate you. We're glad you're here, and how powerful sunflowers are really connected to the sun as well. actually. So sunflower sprouts, what you do, Christine, and the food that you grow is the type of food and nutrition people need with increased solar flare activity. They need more dragon fruit, pitaya, they need sprouts, they need mangoes, they need these vibrant fruits and vegetables that are full of prana to handle the solar radiation. The solar radiation is actually helping us to ascend and evolve into higher spiritual light bodies. And so that means we're moving away from being as densely material and we're moving more into a more spiritual, physical experience, if that makes sense. And so one of the ways that we can handle this transition that's literally happening on our planet, we can't avoid it because the solar flares are happening. We can't really hide from that very well, unless we get a cave. You might be able to get a cave. I've actually thought about that. Is that we need to change our diets and our habits. And that's this whole Virgo side of the coin. Diet and habit. What do we eat? What do we how many hours of sleep do we get? What's our schedule? All those things become really important. Okay. And so we're going to look now at Christine's chart where she has, and we're going to remind ourselves of this because I know we might have forgot. Where does Christine have, where in her chart, 6 degrees of Pisces to 35 degrees of Pisces, because that's the full moon side. And then we're going to look at 2 degrees of Sag to 2 degrees of Virgo to 31 degrees of Virgo on the other side. And so by looking, we're going to be able to tell Christine a lot about how this full moon eclipse is aspecting her life, because the chart is divided into 12 slices. They're not always exactly even. Sometimes they're stretched out because there's lots of planets in them, and other times they're smaller. But they are 12 divisions related to 12 different areas, aspects, and arenas in our life. Okay? So the first house relates to identity, who we are, what we look like. Second house relates to finances. It relates to money. This is the money house, y'all. It relates to material wealth. Third house, communication. Fourth house, the home and the family. And it goes on and on. So we're going to see where in Christine's life, this dichotomy that we've been talking about of the full moon, the sun in Virgo, moon in Pisces eclipse is going to be activating her. So we go and we find that she has her second house at 0 degrees of Virgo, and she's got Uranus there. So she's got the sun conjunct Uranus today, of all days. Uranus is unexpected happenings. It's the internet, it's technology, it's new ways of thinking, it's invention. It can be a little bit disorientating, honestly, because it's change. It's change. And she's like, oh. This is not sounding very surprising to you, I'm getting. No, yeah. So we've got Sun with Uranus, okay? And then it's very, very close to Pluto. Like 35 degrees of Leo. Pluto is the great transformer. It's the great god of the underworld. It's the secrets being brought to the light. That's kind of an intense energy to have the sun right next to, right? So, and it's in your second house of wealth and money and material stuff. So I'm not surprised you asked to go first, because you may be having like quite a bit of deep stuff coming up right now with the sun. So I always think of Pluto as the darkest night, like the underworld, like blackness. I always think of Pluto as just like the hidden realm, the unconscious, the yin. And you have the sun conjunct it at this full moon eclipse in your second house. What does that mean, Lotus? What does that mean? Well, I would take it to mean that there may be, things in your identity, first house where Pluto is, that are buried, right? Parts of yourself, probably from past lives. Pluto is often past life related. Parts of yourself that have been buried or suppressed or kept hidden, down, buried deep like a volcano. Pluto will erupt. And so you may have been suppressing deep feelings and emotions about who you are and your identity for a long time. And with the sun conjunct Uranus right near it, it could be bringing all of this light, sort of triggering that volcano of suppressed emotion to come up. And so you might feel very emotionally full today, right? Like just like a fullness. And it's related to your material wealth. It's related to your security. It's related to your grounding. Like, what does Christine do for work? Well, you have this amazing business, you have this amazing farm, but there's so much instability for you right now from the planets with the sun aspect of bringing a lot of light to how you build your safety and your security. And I'm getting the sense of a big change coming, like a big change coming, right? A lot of light, kind of bringing that deep stuff that's been buried up to the surface, and a lot of change for you to go forwards in some capacity with your business. Sun is good, right? Sunlight is good. It's light, it's illumination, but light can be challenging. Let's use an analogy. What I see here, Pluto and Uranus, is like a cup. It's like these tea leaves that have been down in your cup, down on the bottom. They haven't been troubling you. They haven't been in your awareness. They're just tea leaves down my cup, whatever. Today, now with this eclipse, the sun is there. And the sun is like pouring in all this light or water into the tea leaves. And so those tea leaves that have been buried inside of you are coming up around how to have security with your business, about how to have enough money, how to feel secure in yourself, how to feel worthy in yourself, right? It's like, it's not just about your business, it's about your own inner worthiness, right? Like your own power of like, I am Christine Lindsay and this is who I am, right? And this is why I'm here. And this is how I make my foundation and I build my success. And that's a lot. That's a lot of light to come in, right? So if you've been feeling like uncomfortable, right? Like I'm not surprised, because that's a whole lot of energy to be, and then you have Mars, which is energy and action. I feel like who you are, Christine, is craving a huge transformation. Like it's just craving a huge metamorphosis. And with the full moon, so we're just looked at the sun side of this full moon thing. Okay, now let's track this over to where the moon is. Oh my God. No wonder we had to go first with you. Holy. And this is the power of having your chart done with these big events to find out where you're being activated, because sometimes it's a lot. And if you knew that, you could prepare better, right? You would know, okay, I need to care for myself right now. This is a lot going on. Okay, so you've got, oh my God, we love
Yeah.
you. I'm just gonna say right now, like we love you so much, and like whatever is being brought up for you, like we are so here for you, and like this is gonna be amazing for you. Okay, this is like I'm seeing your future. I'm seeing your future post whatever this tumultuous energetic purge I'm hearing is for you. Okay. It's like I'm hearing it's your time. Like it's your time to be kind of done with this stuff, because Moon is conjunct both Chiron at the eclipse and Saturn. So Chiron, we already talked about it, the wounded healer. In Pisces, it's like your psychic abilities, it's your intuition, it's your sensitivity. Saturn is discipline and structure. It's karma. All of these are retrograde. All of them are conjunct the moon at the eclipse. So what are you letting go of? You're letting go of past life trauma. It's in the 8th house, other people's money, other people's stuff. This could be your partner's money. The 8th house represents your partner's money. Weird, right? You can look at that. Yeah. Yeah, you can find that in a chart. Weird stuff. So Chiron, the wounded healer, okay, opposite. And you've lived with this your whole life. this opposition because you've had Uranus and Pluto opposite Chiron and Saturn your whole life. You've been dealing with this dichotomy between your own value and your own worthiness and other people's past life karma and your past life karma your whole life. And it's been exhausting, I'm hearing. It's like, it's just been such a heavy friggin' burden. Ugh, you know, I just want to like have you like move your shoulders around. It's just like this, like almost feels like a weight on your shoulders. And
So
so,
would that be the part of the reason why I've just felt a density most of my life, like, and most of my conscious awareness life? I mean,
yeah,
you know,
definitely.
you can see the year I've been born on this chart, and so it's, you know, I've felt density for a lot of those years.
Yeah.
And I didn't like, you know, some of it's come to light, but then this makes it come even more to light that, well, I chose this in this
Right.
daily.
Right. Right. Well, you know, a lot of us signed up for like extra load of karma this lifetime. We're like, yeah, add that layer. Yeah, add that one. I'll take it all. I'll barely be able to walk.
Yeah.
And I was listening to a reading last night about myself because that's always fun. And she was saying this story about how she's like, you took on so much and it's been such a burden. And I'm like looking at your chart. I'm like, this is sounding familiar. And you took on so much at times that you forfeited your own wealth and success in the outer world for a
Oh,
time
yeah.
so that you could deal with this stuff, so that you could heal Chiron, the wounded healer, Saturn, discipline, work, structure, Pluto, that could be themes around death, dying, transformation, coming into your power itself, right? And so, and look how they're all retrograde. This is all past life. This is all past life. It's in the house. This is in Scorpio's house, the shaman house, the transformational house. You took on all this stuff to transmute, right? So we really should be like cheering for you and like clap, like, way to go, Christine. Like, you really chose to handle a lot this lifetime. Like, we're so proud of you. But most people, like our family or friends, have no idea. And they may look at us and be like, well, why aren't you more farther along? And you're like, don't even start. You do not even know what I have been dealing with for humanity. Okay. Like, you have no idea. You just can back off here for a moment. Okay. So I want to acknowledge you because looking at your birth chart, I can see it shows us that you did this, that you took on a huge amount of karma to hold and to transmute. I mean, Chiron is the wounded healer. Saturn is discipline. It's retrograde. It's in other people's energy, other people's money, right? So what do you do from here? Right? What do you do from here? Like, that's usually the question. Well, that's one reason I do multi-pack sessions with people to help them start working through these past life karmas. But you have kind of a bonus, is that you're learning about this on a full moon eclipse. Full moon eclipses are huge release buttons. They're huge completion moments. Okay. So all this stuff is being brought to your attention so it can be cleared. Because just like the moon draws water upward through the body to the crown and the flower, right? Where is our negative stuff stored in our body? Sometimes it's stored in the waters of the body, isn't it?
Mhm.
So that stuff, and also water holds the memory of all that has ever existed, right? So we can actually clear the memory body. We can clear the waters of our body to clear our memory body of all of our past life stuff. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah. So, Christine, are you open to try something with me right now?
Sure.
Okay. I have a guide, a teacher. He's real something. His name is Raymond Grace. And he did all of this clearing work with people in their past lives. And he he would go in and he would teach people how to tune into that stuff and clear it. And he'd be sitting there and people would be remembering when they had their hands and feet cut off and they were tortured and they were, all this stuff. And what he found was that you can actually clear the waters of the body of this trauma. And the next day he came in, and what usually was a room full of people screaming and crying as they recounted their memories of this stuff, they were all quiet. They were all like, I remember this thing, but there wasn't the charge. Okay. So what he does is he does dowsing, right? So you see people spin things. So I've been practicing with this. I've been playing with this. I don't normally use this technique. This is new for me. But since we already just brought up a huge chunk of things energetically, okay, on a scale of 0 to 10 right now, when you think about all this stuff, 10 being extreme intensity and 0 not at all, what's your number? Where does it land?
8.
Yeah, it's high. Yeah. Where do you feel it in your body?
In my chest.
Yeah, in your heart.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's deep. It's really, really deep. Okay. And I'm getting past life. I keep hearing past life, past life, past life. Okay, so I want you to tune into that. Is there a color?
The violet that's on this screen.
Interesting. Well, violet is often related to authority. And I'm just getting this overwhelming sense. We just completed, my partner and I did a 3-day event where we cleared for 3 days persecution trauma from past lives, which was insanely powerful. Christine, I think you were there. And it was really powerful, right? It brought a lot up. We cleared a lot. If you guys want the link to have access to be able to go through that event, you can leave a comment or message me and I can get you hooked up with it. It was a very powerful clearing event. It was probably one of the most powerful clearing events I've ever been involved with. But it's such a big subject. We probably need a year of doing that. We probably need a year of clearing persecution trauma because we've all been through so much. Literally, like as I got on this call, I started having these phantom pains all over my body. And I was like, that's my persecution trauma. That's the trauma from when I would go out and speak and be killed and tortured in a gazillion different ways. And so as I got on here, I was like, okay, well, let's clear that. And I finally knew what was coming up all those years. Yeah, Ryan, you can relate. Totally. Yeah, it's insane. It's absolutely an insane subject, and yet it is so important. So without further ado, I want everyone to focus on whatever that brought up for you. Okay. You might feel aches or phantom pains in your body. Okay. Good. And we're all really tuned in. We're all really dialed in and connected here. So this is going to be really powerful. What I do need is your engagement. I do need your focus right now for this to work because it is all based on our thought field. So what we're focused on energetically is what we will be able to transform. So focus on what's coming up for you as I talk to Christine about these things. Okay. And now we're going to focus in on the water of your body. Yeah, we're going to focus in on the water of your body. Isn't that nice? The water of the body. Where all the memories are stored. Oh, goodness. All the collective memories. And now I do have to warn you, you may have a little bit of a detox after this. Okay, so just to be very gentle with yourself, drink lots of water, but we are going to maybe clear some stuff here. So just be prepared. And we're going to just focus on the waters of the body. On your memory body. And on the trauma and persecution trauma stored in your memory body, in the waters of your body that have been brought up or talked about today, that are being brought up by this full moon, that are needing to be cleared, that are needing to be released, and just breathe in and out. And by the power of God, and by the power of Source, and by the power of the creator of all that is commanded that all these little tiny fragment energy vibration frequencies in the waters of your body, held in the waters of your body, all those tiny little seed particles of memory be allowed to release and clear. We command them to release and clear on the core, on the genetic, on the soul level, any pain, torture, persecution stored in the body, we command it to release and clear out of the cells of your body, out of the DNA of your body, out of the source field of your body. Breathing in and out. Good. There's a lot, so just keep breathing. And we're just commanding that dense energy to just release and transmute out of the waters of your body, out of your time track, out of your timeline. Out of the waters of your body, breathing in and out. And just feel that weight, Christine, that you've carried your whole life. Ah, ah. Feel it and let it surrender to God. Let God, and your angels take all that karma, all that drama, all the cords and pains and problems, and allow it to release and clear up and out of the cells of your body, out of your source field, out of the upper levels of your chakras, out of the lower levels of your chakras, out of your emotional body, and out of the waters of your body. Tuning in again to the waters of your body and allowing all those teeny tiny filigrees and fragments and memories and myotas and this and that, all those little tiny particles and fragments in the waters of your body from all those moments in time, and all the time and time and time in your time track and in your past lives. And we just command all those little tiny little levels of stuff to allow come in and out, release and clear, and command it to release and clear on the core, on the genetic, on the soul level. We command it to be pulled and resolved on the historical level. And replaced on all levels with the Creator's truth and definition of pure 5D, unconditional love and light, the energy of freedom, healing. Oh, whoa, feel that healing coming in. I know it's a lot. It's a lot. It's a lot. It's okay. Breathe it in. Oof, shake it out. It's causing some density to leave as it comes in. Yeah. Anything in the way of you being able to receive that new, fresh energy. Oh, we ask for a complete change history. And everything is needed. Levels 1, 2, and 3. Forgiveness and compassion. Through the DNA. Through the timeline. And any last layers there, Christine? Any of those last layers? In the waters of your body. Breathe in and out. You're going to feel this. Deep breath in. Ah, let it go. Oh, yeah. Let it out. Let it out. Oh, yeah. Let it go. Good. All the density. All the layers. Ask for a complete change history. And everything is needed. Levels 1, 2, and 3. Good. Deep breath in and out. Filling you back up with pure unconditional love now. There it is. Now you can receive it. Yeah, 5D energy. Connecting to the waters of your body and filling the waters of your body up with pure unconditional love. 5D energy. Pure healing. Pure love and compassion for all the parts of your cellular DNA. Your multi-dimensional level of being. Filling it up with pure unconditional love. Tuning into the multi-dimensional level of being. I'm doing an unconditional love healing. Anything in the way of that, complete change history. Everything is needed. Levels 1, 2, and 3. Deep breath in and out. Good. I want you to stretch a little bit. And just move. That was really big stuff, y'all. Y'all very advanced souls to do that together. Have some water. I can kind of reconnect back into your bodies. Yeah. Notice like you might feel a lot more space throughout the body. And breathe in that. I want you to breathe in some golden light into this new space. And breathe out any dense, dark energy that's still left. Good. Breathing in some nice golden light energy. And breathing out any dark energy. Okay, one more time. Breathing in that golden light energy. Breathing out dark, dense energy. Good. And taking a nice deep breath in and out. Shrug your shoulders. Ugh. Ugh. Oh, it's like we had a furniture change in our shoulders, I think. Here's some couches and some beds and some furnishings. How you doing, Christy?
I'm feeling lightheaded. I had chills going through my body, even though I'm sitting in an 80-some degree building. But yeah, it's just a little
Yeah.
lightheaded at the moment. But
Yep. Let me explain the chills. So the chills are when the DNA actually shifts. And so that's a weird feeling. It's nothing to be alarmed about. It just is like a big energy shift. So, when I do this work, it tends to be it can be a bit disembodying. So I want you to just tap the side of your hands together. I invite everyone to do that here. Of course, and this is what, Michael teaches and shares all about the TFT and the physical practices, and they're important because they help bring these energy shifts into the body. Right? Bring it into the body. And I want you to rub your tender spot. Even though I feel what?
I feel lightheaded.
Mm-hmm.
Still love and accept myself.
Nice. Good.
Even though I have no idea what the future is bringing,
Mm-hmm.
I still love and accept myself.
Mm-hmm.
Even though I feel like I'm stuck,
Mm-hmm.
I still love and accept myself.
Okay, I want you to focus 400 levels up, that feeling of stuck. This is a block to God, and being stuck, I've heard, is like being in hell, essentially. So if you're stuck, it's like feeling stuck, separated from God. So focus 400 levels up, focus there, and we ask for a complete change history. Everything is needed. Levels 1, 2, and 3, deep breath in and out. Good. Deep breath in and out. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. So how are you feeling now? What do you notice?
I'm good. I just need to integrate.
So I want you to do a head squeeze on exhale about 9 times to clear all the stuff that just got cleared. All y'all join us. Put one hand on the front, one hand on the back. We're just going to clear all the stuff that got brought up. You're going to squeeze on the exhale. Inhale, release. Exhale, squeeze. This is a toxin release. Starts to release toxins out of the body. Inhale, squeeze. Exhale, squeeze. Inhale, release. Exhale, squeeze. Inhale, release. Exhale, squeeze. Exhale, release. Inhale, squeeze. Exhale, release. Tap the side of your hands. There's a lot of toxins coming out. Breathe in and out. At the top of your head. Breathe in and out. You're gonna tap the back of the hand. And just tune into any density or darkness in the body that needs to come out. And let it come in and out, up and out. Tap the collarbone. I want to get over this. I am getting over this. I can always get over this. Good, rub your tender spot, even though I feel wet. Even though I feel wet.
Unsure of the future, I
Yeah.
still love and accept myself. Even though I have no idea where my path is leading to, I still love and accept myself.
It's so relatable. I think so many people are in this place right now, not knowing the future, not knowing what's coming, where we're going to be, what we're going to be doing. There's such an unknown right now.
Even though I feel like the world's not ready for me, I love and accept myself.
You're doing great. This is so relatable. I feel this way all the time. Even though I feel wet.
I'm in a void. I
Okay.
still love and accept myself.
Focus 600 levels down. Think about being in a void. Think about being stuck. And we ask for a complete change history and everything is needed. Levels 1, 2, and 3. Take a deep breath in and out. Okay, I'm getting that we need to clear something from your birth. So I want you to focus on birth. And the sadness is grief. And we're going to focus 6,000 levels down, focusing in on this grief from birth. We're going to ask for a complete change history. And everything is needed. Levels 1, 2, and 3. Good. Rub your tender spot, even though I'm feeling.
Even though I'm feeling sadness, I still love and accept myself. Even though I feel I was brought into this world to fend for myself, I still love and accept myself.
300 levels up. Focus on this feeling of having to fend for yourself and not getting enough support from God. And we ask for a complete change history. And everything is needed, levels 1, 2, and 3. Deep breath in and out. Okay, good. Rub your tender spot, even though I feel wet. You're speaking to all our hearts right now. So you're in totally safe space. We've got you, Christine. We hold you in our hearts. We love you. Yeah. It's okay. It's okay. Even though I feel wet.
That I'm not seen.
Mm.
I'm not appreciated.
Mm.
I love and accept myself.
Mhm. Rub that tender spot. Feel that feeling. There you go. Even though I feel wet.
I'm drawing blanks at this point.
That's fine. So even though I'm feeling blank,
Even though I'm feeling blank, I still love and accept myself.
there it is. Good. Good. Doing really good.
Even though I feel like a blubbering mess, I still love and accept myself.
Good. Yeah, I've been there. Yeah, even though I feel wet.
I'm ready for change and it's not coming.
Mm. So how does that make you feel?
Angry,
Mhm.
disappointed.
Mhm. So focus on one first. So even though I feel angry, and
And
feel that anger, feel the anger. Feel it. There it is. Even though I feel this anger.
even though I feel this anger, I deeply love and accept myself.
Mhm.
Even though I feel disappointed
Mhm.
in the world,
Mhm.
I deeply love and accept myself.
Okay, focus 300 levels up, please. Feel this deep disappointment in the world. And we ask for a complete change history and everything is needed. Levels 1, 2, and 3. Deep breath in and out. Good. Good. Tap the side of your hands. Focus 1,000 levels down. This blocks to you feeling better. This blocks to you moving forwards. And we ask for a complete change history. And everything is needed. Levels 1, 2, and 3. Deep breath in and out. Good. Good. Nice. Nice. Good job. Good, good, good. You're doing it. You're
No, the chills came back.
Yeah, that was a big one. That was a big one. Shake it out. It's okay. I know it's a weird feeling. The DNA releases are really, sometimes they just feel weird. Like, what's happening? Breathe in and out. Okay, shake it out. You can brush over the top of your head. Yep. Woo! There's a lot of energy moving through you, sister. Let it.
I'm sweating. I have the chills. It's like, ugh.
Yep. Rub
And
your
my,
tongue.
and my dog's crying at the door. He wants to come in.
Let him in. Go move your body. You're done for. We're gonna get you off the hot seat for.
Yeah.
Go
Sorry
move.
to take up everybody's time.
No, you're speaking to the heart and soul of the depth of where people are at right now. This is what people are really going through. This is the reality, right? We can be as positive as we want, but at the end of the day, we also have to acknowledge our humanness and what we're really feeling and what's really there. So I honor you, Christine. Thank you for being so transparent and sharing with us your real feelings and where, what's really coming up. It's touching. I relate to everything you say. Totally.
Yeah, I'm not surrounded by people who can grasp this.
Right.
So
Right. Yeah. And most of us aren't. And that's why it's so important we get together like this so that we remember, okay, other people treat us differently.
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, we can be ourselves sometimes.
Yeah, and it amazes I won't be longer because my battery light is blinking too. But it's amazed me through this and through the work with Michael, that we're not alone. Like there are, total strangers are expressing the same things that we're feeling. And it's like, wow, okay, I thought I was the only one sitting over here, dealing with that stuff. And there's, people across the world, literally.
Mhm. Yeah. Yeah, we've got Canada, we did have Mexico. We have
Right,
California.
but I mean, over the weekend we have, we've got Poland and the UK, but then those people also came from other countries,
Right.
and so yeah, it's definitely a world, like it's worldwide, and we never think of that because we're all in our own inner world trying
Well,
to figure it out.
right. We're not meant to live the way we do. I'll tell you that much. We're not meant to live in these little family units. This is just silliness. We're supposed to be in these communities and tribes where there's lots of us and we can kind of see everyone and say, "Oh, I'm not the only one," right? So that's what we got to do. We got to make our own tribes, our own communities so we can come together. And I see really great things in store for you. I really do.
And that's on my vision board for this year, is finding the community I want to be in.
Yeah.
Still got a few more months.
Right. That's right. Yeah, well, Mars is currently transiting your 11th house of community. So you have a lot of energy for it. You have a lot of positive energy for that community, for that expansion, which is really, really exciting. Yeah. And Sun in the second house could mean you're going to have some windfalls too. So we just cleared some massive amounts of stuff. I don't know if does anyone else feel lighter out there? Anyone feel like you just like released some really huge amounts of density? Yeah. So as you release those density, you become more open to call in what you do want. There's more space for it. So Christine, I would really take this eclipse time and just fill up this new space because you probably feel a little more spacious. Am I right?
Yeah, my head is feeling a little spacier.
Well, you're laughing. You look lighter. She looks lighter, huh? Yeah. Yeah. So beautiful, right? So, sometimes we just need to be friggin' held too in the arms of the community and allowed to feel what we're feeling, for goodness sakes. I mean, that's a thing that you don't go out in the world and people will sit there while you cry. Like that should be a thing. You got to have the right friends. And so I'm glad. Thank you all for being such good friends for Christine. So supportive. I mean, it's just such a loving field for all of us to be held in. It's truly beautiful. I mean, they say, when two or more are gathered in the name of love, in the name of God, then that's where source is. That's where God is. So God, source, universe is here with us right now, holding us and overlighting the space. And so what a gift. What a gift, Christine. You really, I treasure your presence. I'm always so glad when you show up. I see you. Like, look at this picture of this beautiful woman, and she's got her sunflower shirt on, she's got her sunflower sprouts, and she's out there doing this positive work, feeding humanity with sprouts. And knowing what I know about the solar flares, Christine, like that's really important. We actually should be eating more sprouts. We should be getting more raw foods and nature. Yeah. Yeah, we're so proud of you. You look amazing. And way to go. You're a champion. You're a real champion to have these things that you've had to face and to face them. It's not easy to face these things. And so, I bow to you. I cheer you on. You're doing such great work.
Yeah, they've been more than I'd say challenging over the years. But
Right.
I'm here. I'm here. There are days when I'm surprised that I'm still here, honestly, but
Well, I'm proud of you. We're cheering you on. Whenever you leave, we're gonna keep cheering you on, Christine. You got this. And I look forward to seeing your sprout company becoming more and more well accessible for all of us to get your delicious growing goodness.
I'll teach. I want to teach people how to do it. I'm tired of doing it for others. I want people to do it for themselves because then there is no excuse about whether you have it in your life or you don't.
Right. Right. South Node and Virgo in your second house. You're done with all the work. Time to let that go. Fantastic. Fantastic. Well, we love you, we honor you, and thank you for helping all of us to heal on a deeper level. I mean, I can say for myself and looking around, like I think we all can totally relate to what you were sharing. Completely. I mean, there was like, yep, that's my story too. So thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, truly.
All right, I'll let you get to the next person. Battery's gonna die and I gotta get back to work.
We love you. We love you. We love you.
Thank you, everyone.
You're doing great. Doing great. Okay, so who needs to go next because of time and just energy or whatever? Just raise your hand. And yeah, OD, she's ready for bed. She's like, it's my bedtime. Okay, so we will get to you. And thank you all for staying on such a long call. I definitely wasn't planning it to go this long, but there was a lot to talk about, apparently. Okay, so beautiful Odeli. Let's check this out. So, oh my. Oh my. So you guys look at this. Like, what is this today? It's like you're attracting all the Okay, miss. So you've been dealing with this your whole life, which is that you have Venus, the goddess of love, conjunct Chiron, the wounded healer. So this cannot have been an easy thing for you. I mean, this is like the love energy and Chiron, the wounded healer. So, and it's in the 12th house, which is like your inner world. So you've probably had to do a lot of healing around loving yourself and appreciating yourself and just really honoring your psychic abilities and your psychic gifts and your spiritual beauty, essentially. There's probably a lot of wounding for you on a past life level around your spiritual gifts, around your psychic abilities, and it affected your heart, right? It affected how you love. And so today, the moon is conjunct your Venus. How powerful is that? Like exactly. Like so close, and your Chiron. So then on the other side, you have the sun in your 6th house of work and service and the body, health, healing. So this is a pretty deep eclipse for you because it's activating the 12th house of spirituality, meditation, and the inner world. Moon here and sun in your 6th house of work and service. Now, the South Node is in your 7th house of partnership, which is the past, and your North Node is in your 1st house of identity. So who you are is highlighted at this eclipse, whereas your relationships are probably what you're letting go of. You're probably letting go of things from past relationships here. Past lives. It could also relate to mothering, like past stories about how you mother people or care for people or work for people or serve others. There could be like stories coming up around those patterns that you're finally able to let go now, that are being released. when I mentioned April 8th, Odalie, did anything come to mind for you about something you felt called to release or let go of? Nope, she'll be back.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, there she is. Talk about mermaid energy, OD. You got how many things in Pisces on the left-hand side, which is your identity and what you look like, and you started the call in the swimming pool. I mean, you missed it, Alicia Law. Odile was in her little swimming pool as she got on the call, floating about, just having the best time. I'm so jealous. And do you have like a swan? Was there like a swan shape that I saw? Or was I imagining things? Oh, you gotta unmute again, please.
Test.
Yes. Oh, where'd you go?
Am I there?
Your video is not there, but your voice is there. It's so weird. So I'm gonna ask you to unmute here.
Mute.
There. Yay.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, it's not so easy to do on a phone.
Yes.
Thank you, Lotus.
Of course. Yeah, the buttons are so small.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So did you notice when I said April 8th, because this is something I've been talking to you all about today, about how this full moon eclipse is like this completion cycle, right? So I've been saying April 8th was the new moon solar eclipse. And so I've been asking you, has anything come to a completion for you?
Not really. I was trying to think when you were saying it, and I said I'm gonna have to rejuggle my memory. But I remember sitting in the yard with my son looking at the eclipse.
Yeah.
So we got the total eclipse here.
Okay. Okay. So meditate on that. You can get back to me. Okay. I'm gonna have to mute you though, because we're getting this lovely feedback.
I hear it. Yes.
So I'll
It's
just
good news.
yeah, I'll just go from here. Okay. So I love to hear your voice though. So Chiron, Venus, Sun with the moon, with the destiny point, your future. Destiny point with Venus, Sun, Moon. Your future, what you're heading into, is the development of you. Odile. That's kind of, it is also a completion of anything in the way of you being more you, if that makes sense. Okay, so this year, the rest of 2024, with the destiny point conjunct your ascendant, y'all, look, check this out. I mean, this is cool. She's got 10 degrees of Pisces rising, Sun 11 degrees of Pisces. And let's check out the chart. Oh goodness, where did I put it? Okay, well, we're not going to check out the chart, but it is essentially right on her sun, the destiny point this year. And it's in your first house of identity. So you are being emphasized this year. You're what it's all about. You're also a great teacher, because a lot of people don't know how to just be. And you were such a teacher. Like, I should have just had you teach the whole course, and all we would do would just sit and watch you play in your pool. And that would have been my entire class tonight about what we need to learn with this full moon eclipse, is how to just be, right? How to be playful, how to flow. Okay, so that's really your focus for the rest of this year, is on you and on how you actually are a teacher for others by just being yourself. You're actually here to embody the lessons of this year in Pisces, which is about beingness, allowing, receiving, surrendering. Destiny point. Thanks, Alicia Law. Destiny point 17 degrees of Pisces, right? So that's like, 6 degrees away from your sun. It's exactly conjunct. Oh my. This is it's a asteroid called Psyche, and psychic ability. So you have like really powerful psychic gifts, actually. just being you. You really shine with your psychic awareness. So this might be an interesting thing for you to develop, like buying a tarot card deck and like learning how to, you're like, oh, look at my pile of 10 tarot card decks, right? Is that what you're, yep, there they are. Yep. Yep. Yeah. Yeah. You have real gifts for divination and for channeling and art and music, anything that is allowing you to be a conduit for the higher realms and bring the heavenly higher realms to earth. That's what you really excel at. That's what the destiny point for humanity is all about this year. And you are that. You see, she is the destiny point. Like, you just go talk to Odile if you want to figure out what we're trying to learn this year. That's who she is. She's just naturally Piscean, right? She's naturally the mermaid in the water flowing, teaching us about how we can let go and surrender more and be more free. Now, with all these other things in Virgo in your 7th house, Sun approaching your 7th house, there could be some relationships and partnerships on the horizon. But I do think you have to be careful. South Node point in Virgo the rest of this year. Are they past life patterns? Are they past life relationships? Are they old patterns repeating? Uh-oh. Keep the focus on you. That's my advice. That's my advice. Yeah. Okay. Okay, fantastic. Way to go, Odile. We got through it. We got through it. Woo! Okay. You also have Mars conjunct your 4th house of the home right now. You might want to do some interior design. You might want to do some genealogy. You might want to do some martial arts in the house. You might have a lot of energy at home to like move things around and change things up. Yeah. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. Way to go. Good job. Good job. Yeah. Yep. Yep. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So self and other. So what's and your dream world and your work life. Very much highlighted for you at the full moon right now. Okay. Yeah. And if you want to do a healing session, might be helpful, but only if you want to. Another time. Tonight, you just rest and flow because you're beautiful and you have a lot to share with the world. Yeah. Yeah. Yay! All right, my friends, who would like to go next here tonight? You can raise your hand so we can get through all you beautiful people who want to be shared with. Okay. All right, Alicia Law, how are you tonight?
I'm good, although I just want to double check. I saw Maddie, I think, put up her hand before me, so I don't know if Maddie, I think she's in a Florida time zone. I don't know if she's needs to go first.
Yeah, Maddie, how are you doing? You want to go next?
Sure.
Sounds like a yes.
Yeah, or Alicia, if you need to go, I don't know. I've been in and out of the water all day and I'm really tired, so my camera's been off, but
Okay. Yeah, well, there's a lot of watery energy, right? With so much Pisces energy. My goodness. Wow. How are you doing, my friend?
I'm good. I'll go turn my camera on. Hold on a sec.
Okay. Yeah, water makes me super sleepy. I remember
traveled for 20 hours yesterday.
Oh my God.
I know.
That's far. What do you do in Florida?
Well, now I'm home.
Oh, you're back home. Oh my
I'm
gosh.
home.
You were in New York, right?
Yeah, I was everywhere.
You were everywhere.
It was wild.
Way to go. Way to go.
It was
Hey,
amazing.
do you feel do you have access to your chart? If you could message it to me, that might be helpful. If not, that's okay too.
I'm on my phone.
Oh, you're on your phone. Okay.
Here, you do, Alicia. I'll find my chart.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you too.
Okay.
We tried to both help each other out.
I know. That's what friends are for, right? Create a win-win scenario. And I'm just going to find your chart too. Okay. Got like so many slides open here. There we go. I don't know if can you guys see my computer as I open it, or are you seeing one screen here?
No, we're seeing Gary's chart.
Gary's chart. Oh, it's funny. Gary. It's not Gary Spivey's chart. I don't know whose chart that is. Well, let's leave you on maybe not someone's chart. There we go. I'll leave you there. Okay. So let me get your chart, Alicia Law. I have it in here. I don't think I have your, I might have Maddie's chart too. So I have to periodically like clean out all of the charts because energetically, I don't want to like keep all y'all's energy around, you know, kind of give you all some space to just be your own. These charts are really powerful. Like I tell my students, you know, like you might want to clean, you know, clean the charts sometimes so that you don't have them in your computer because they're energy, right? Everything is energy. So I'm going to just block out your birthday there. Circle, give you a heart. All right. Blue heart. Okay, there we go. Holy cow, Miss Alicia Law, you're like a superstar today. You got the sun. Is it your birthday?
Yeah, it is my birthday.
Birthday? You didn't tell me it was your birthday. Oh my God. Amazing. Happy birthday.
Thanks.
Goodness. What a surprise. You know, the only way I knew was that I looked at your sun and it's exactly the same degrees as what this is today. And I was like, wait a minute. Sneaky. Sneaky. Happy birthday. Oh my gosh, this is so special. On the eclipse. That's right, you told me. You did tell me. I just like completely over my head. Happy birthday, Alicia Law. Wow, you're like the OG today. Like, you know, this is like pretty special to have your birthday on the day of the eclipse. You know, that's a unique thing because what happens on our birthday is really special. We actually get to feel the same frequency of the sun as it was the day we were born. And the sun represents our soul self, right? It represents who we are on like a soul level. So when the sun is in the same place as our sun on our birthdays, it's like the day that we're the closest to who we are, right? It's like the most connecting into our essence as like a soul, like a cellular level of being, right? So very powerful to have the sun in the sky with the moon directly opposite. And it's so you've got sun in your 11th house, which is community, which is tribe. And here you are with the community, with the tribe. So special. And then we've got moon down here. Let's see, down here in your 5th house of fun and celebration and party. So it's like a little bit of a party mode. You know, you have an interesting chart because you have moon in the 5th house, which is fun, which is romance, which is children. It's like joyfulness. So like joyfulness is really nourishing for you. Having hobbies is really nourishing for you. Date nights are really nourishing for you. Parties are really nourishing for you. And then your sun is in the 11th house, which is the world, right? It's like, it's everyone. And so you have this ability to kind of light up the room on like a pretty big scale. And I know that might be something you're like, well, I don't know about the big scale part, but I kind of like to light up the room sometimes. But you do have that with the sun in the 11th house. And Virgo is very modest. Okay. And so the way that you light up the room or the community or bring tribe together might tend to be more understated than overstated. It might be more humble than like claiming the stage and like grabbing the microphone, but you have a presence and you have an ability to be of service and to support and uplift many people with the sun in the 11th house. Yeah, you have an ability to be on the stage, so to speak, of the world and like influence and affect a lot of people, right? When you have the sun in the 11th house, that's like the auditorium. And so you don't have to be on the stage necessarily with Virgo there. It's like, oh, I don't know about that, Lotus. But you could be someone here too who's going to influence the well-being. So what is Virgo? Well-being, health, right? It's like basic needs. It's like making sure people are cared for, right? Making sure that humanity is cared for. You might be a really big humanitarian and really have this kind of big vision about the healing of humanity and what is possible. Like, how could people be the healthiest and happiest and like have all their needs met? Because Virgo is like the mama who like comes in with the food and the snacks and like makes sure everyone goes to bed on time and like gets their medicine, you know, like you really look out for people. You really look out for people's well-being and their highest good. And so Sun in Virgo means you really shine as this caregiver, this supporter, and even like as a healer. Virgo is the doctor, it's the nurse, but it's not necessarily very loud or ostentatious. It's a very caring energy. You know, like the nurse who comes to your bedside and, you know, sends some love as she hands you some medicine. And ideally we'll have alternative hospitals where we're giving the right medicines, right? That like natural medicines or things that actually help people, right? And so 11th house can also be the future and new age technology and innovation and new ideas. And so there's a chance that the way in which you help the world to heal may be through technology, through innovation, through invention, and maybe not necessarily on a stage, okay, but that it can sort of relate to having like a mass impact versus like a small scale impact. The other thing is that your sun is above the horizon line, which tells me that it's an outer directed energy. So that means someone who's here to make a difference, right? Someone who's here to make an impact versus someone who has a lot of planets under the horizon, which you also do, where it's more about my friends and my family and my, you know, going shopping and doing my nails. Like that's not your deal. Like, yes, you like those things. You have a lot of energy for doing those things. You probably enjoy them. But the sun is the purpose, really. You know, it's kind of our higher calling. And we don't always grow into our sun right away. In fact, we tend to live in the moon for most of our lives. We tend to be more like our lunar moon energy for the first half of our lives because growing into the sun energy is just so much more challenging. It stretches our soul. It stretches what's possible. We have to kind of push through our comfort zone, kind of have to push through what we feel comfortable around and kind of go farther, kind of go more into the unknown. And so having this bigger impact, being someone who's really here to serve the needs of the many might be something that may take time for you to build up into. And it's not something you're just immediately doing right away. And I think that's one thing people tend to forget about the sun is we think that, oh, we just do this. It's our sun. That's who we are, right? We just naturally do it. But it's actually more like the sun is what we grow into. It's what
Mhm.
ascending into our highest light. And so it's what we strive for. It's what we are aiming for. Yeah. Yeah. So this is beautiful. This is very powerful. I think that this eclipse with the destiny point in your, it's about 16 degrees. See, that would probably be in your 5th house still. I think you're learning about how to have more fun,
Mm.
right? How to have more playtime, how to have more hobbies like music and dance and spirituality and meditation. And I think as you do that, you're going to be so much happier.
Mm.
Bringing more of that in, more of the spaciousness. Virgo South Node in your 12th house, you know, work, communication, less work and communication and more being, right? Like try to schedule
Mm.
a little bit of fun, playtime, art, music, hobby in your workday.
Mhm.
It's not just like, and you with so much Virgo, your tendency, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, tendency with Virgo is to work, just
Yeah.
But that's where your south node is, your past life, your karma from the past. So you're used to it. You're a pro at this. Like you are the best worker, caregiver, service person on the planet. You've probably been a nurse and a doctor and you've helped people and you're very good at what you do. But your destiny point is actually in Pisces, which is your spiritual self, right? It's that more expansive presence. And it's in the house of work and service. So you still want to give and help people, but to do it in a beautiful way, in a spiritual way. We have beautiful music playing and you have a fountain and it's like, it's tranquil, like tranquility.
Mm-hmm.
Tranquility, bringing space and bringing beauty into your work so that it's not just that dry
Mm-hmm.
out over giving that can just be so exhausting. Like weave in, instead of having that straight path with your day of work and service, imagine building a Chinese garden with these beautiful winding cobblestones and like a fountain, and that you weave your day with this
Mm-hmm.
fluidity versus a stiffness or a pushing. Like
Mm-hmm.
one really good way for you to know that you're off balance is if you're pushing through versus allowing and going with the flow.
Mm-hmm.
So just know like the tendency is going to be to push through. That's what you came in with. That's what you're used to doing. But to really, really let yourself like surrender and flow and make more space. Like make more space for stretching, make more space for drawing. Like, okay, 5-minute drawing break, 5 minute
Mm-hmm.
play my instrument break. Like weave in some flow within the structure.
Mm. I've been doing that actually a little bit more. I was actually playing my guzheng the other day, like in the middle of my like as just kind of a work break and things like that. So yeah.
That's such a beautiful instrument. You've sent me some videos of it, and I'm like, that is beautiful.
The dogs are so happy. They're just sleeping.
They're like sleeping next to you. You're playing this instrument. I was like, wow, that looks blissful. Yeah. Yeah. So this eclipse, I think, is really highlighting those issues for you around the over giving, over delivering everyone else first, versus
Mhm.
really valuing and honoring your own personal hobbies and what you love and what you enjoy, and
Mhm.
in more flow and spaciousness for yourself, at
Mm.
work and with your hobbies, so that it's more easeful. And
That's a quick
of course,
question about like how children fit into the fifth house.
oh my goodness, that's a great one. So that is their house.
Mm.
Mhm. And actually, you can look at someone's fifth house to kind of predict, like, will they have children or will they have a lot of children or that sort of.
Mhm.
Um, with the moon there, that's a fairly good sign. And with Jupiter, that's another really good sign. I actually, I'm going to kind of start channeling now because this is what's coming through.
Mm.
Sweet. I'm hearing that if you do, I'm getting chills. I'm getting straight up chills. If you do choose to become a mama and bring children through, like I'm hearing like you will be such a good mama. Like it's like, and I'm getting like hot all over. Oh my goodness. You will also be like, you will find levels of enjoyment and joy and fun
Mm.
through them that you never got to have in your own childhood, and it will like help you to become more of who you are because you have the moon, which is your emotional side. You have Jupiter, which is expansion. It's the millionaire planet. It's a really fun energy. Like you kind of could be the life of the party if you wanted to be. Like you could probably really make fun gatherings for people because Aquarius is the new age and it's lots of people and it's the fifth house, which is fun. So like you have this kind of magical sparkle when it comes to having fun, but I'm hearing that it was a bit challenging for you as a child. And so you've kind of held back around, okay, well, could I really make a child be happy and have a good life? Because was I happy as a child? And I'm hearing to tell you, like, you wouldn't let that get in the way and you would actually be able to embrace and become like more of who you really are because you'd feel because you're a caregiver, Virgo, Sun in Virgo, you care for people so well that you would see that, oh, it's good for them to be happy and have fun. And so you would provide that for them so beautifully. Like I see you going out with play groups and like lots of other moms, and it just feels like all this flow coming in. It like actually makes me almost tear up a little bit because it's like there's so
Mhm.
much lightness and joy and happiness, and it's like, oh, oh my goodness. Wow. It's like I'm hearing to tell you, like, don't be afraid of recreating your childhood because you won't. You'll be
Mm.
able to create a new paradigm for them, which will also start to heal your inner child on like a deeper level. And that you don't need to be afraid of the child idea. Like that's not something that you need to be fearful of. Like you would be the perfect mom. You would have so much fun. You will or would, whatever you choose. And you'd bring so much excitement into their lives. I just sort of see it in the future, like on your time track, if that's the choice you make. Like I just see like a lot of fun and a lot of like enjoyment and like kind of opening your mind and your consciousness to like such a bigger world of possibility
Mhm.
through that process.
Mm.
And it's amazing that this full moon is actually fairly close to your moon in Aquarius in the fifth house and in your fifth house. So that could be why this is coming up. Moon in your fifth house is the mom, right?
Mm.
Moon energy. So you could be thinking a lot about children.
Oh, yeah, we definitely are. I think we actually paused the conversation a little bit, but I think my worry is a little bit of like in being a parent, just how much responsibility that would be, and more just in terms of worrying I would give too much of myself and not look after myself enough. And then I'm clear, like if I had kids, they would have a great life. But then it's like, well, then what is my life going to be like? Do I kind of
Right.
forget? Like I have a tendency to just like be so preoccupied about other people that I am like the bottom, and I've gotten better with it, but I tend to be the bottom of the list. And then yeah, not sure if I really want children enough to potentially like how how challenging that could be. So
Right. Right. Well, that really speaks to today's theme of the Virgo overwork, overgiving. Plus, I didn't mention this, but Venus is actually conjunct or near your Venus. It's not conjunct, but it's near. And
Mhm.
the asteroid of the mother. So I
Mm.
talked about before you got on the call that themes around the mother and overgiving and overserving
Mhm.
are really up in the collective right now.
Mhm.
Comes through because this is your past life point is that you probably have past lives where you did do that, right? You were a mother and you gave everything and you're like, I will not do that again. That is it. I put my foot down.
Mhm.
Okay. And so what I'm hearing is that knowing the energy clearing tools that we know, having the access to doing the clearings, I think one of the best things for you would be to clear those past lives of trauma around motherhood. And that
Mm.
if you clear those past lives of overgiving, then you might be free to finally reveal your own feelings about the issue. Because right now, you're probably leading from a space and a place where you're just remembering the overgiving, right? You're
Mm.
just remembering it, and it's just like, I'm not doing that again. So it's just like you're not free to fully perceive what you really want because the overlay of what you already did is so strong. And so as you do the energy work and you know have some sessions and clear out these past traumas, you might find yourself having an entirely different point of view around the whole thing.
Mm.
Like I didn't even know I felt this way because I was so overlaid with the past life trauma. And what I've found, you guys, is that past life trauma is a bit like PTSD. They've gone through something traumatic and it's like it's still there, but I don't know. It's not fully that, so I'm still feeling the thing even though it's over. A lot of
Mhm.
walking around with past life PTSD and we don't even know what it is. And it's getting in the way of all kinds of things. And it's not until we face it or clear it or let it go that we're like, oh my goodness, that was a
Mhm.
thing. I was afraid of benches. I wouldn't go sit on a bench, right? Like whatever it was. Like I wouldn't eat gum. No gum,
Yeah.
right? Whatever it was. Once you clear it, it's like, wow, I was limiting myself so much around these things because I thought I had, you know, I had this old trauma around it. So I'm really excited for you, especially with this eclipse happening in the fifth house of children and the 12th house of or the 11th house of community, you know, maybe being a mom, maybe having children will be part of your purpose. That could be why it's such a tension point, because you're like, well, I don't know, and then it's like, but I really want to, like, so this eclipse is probably bringing that stuff up out into the open for you, and then now you have a really good pinpoint of looking back on that idea of giving too much and clearing it so that you can step into the beingness of it instead
Thanks
of
for that.
the wheel.
Yeah, thanks for that, Lotus. I like that you were kind of creating that there was more fun there, because I don't know that there's been a little bit of thoughts that children would be fun, but it's mostly the work.
Right. Well, there's both, right? There's absolutely both. And it's all about our perspective, right? It's all about what we choose to focus on. Like if I say focus on your big toe right now, you don't think about your big toe at all. But when I say that, it's like, oh, well, that's what I'm going to see. That's what I'm going to think about. So we have the ability to choose our perspective. A lot of times our past life trauma gets in the way of us having freedom of what we're focusing on. So that's why it's so great to clear that stuff. And, you know, whether you work with me to clear it, or you work with another energy practitioner, you work with Michael, whatever you do to clear it, you'll know when it's clear, because you'll suddenly feel a spaciousness around children. You'll be like, oh, I don't have to live out my old paradigm anymore. Maybe this full moon eclipse, which is happening in a couple hours now, holy cow, will be a really great time for you to kind of help start kind of loosening the soil, I'm hearing, of the roots of past life stuff. And that's what's being probably brought up for you with this eclipse. So interesting that we're talking about it. And, you know, it's just like, it's all so connected. It's all so connected. So the roots are being brought up. Slowly, like I see the soil, and we got the shovel in there, and we're starting to kind of pull up that old growth and like get it out there. And then thank goodness for intuitive psychic gifts, because I was like tuning into your future timeline. I'm like, oh my God, don't you want that? Like, that looks really fun. Can I come visit? You know? Right. And so, and that's why developing our psychic gifts too is so helpful, because then we can kind of go, okay, I see I have like a block here, but if I get out of it, I'll be over there. Oh, I want to get over there. Okay, so I'm going to get rid of this. So you know, and we all have them. It's just developing it, right? And I'm sure Ryan, after doing your, you know, 60 hours of fasting, like you're probably like, your awareness is probably super high. Like this is probably like a next level call for you after doing that fasting, but you'll love it. You know, it's great. But we're all, so psychic gifts, that's a huge focus of this eclipse, right? The awakening of them and the kind of moving away, South Node in Virgo, from kind of the more material obsessed work society that we've all been in, and moving more towards the spaciousness of the soul and what the soul wants to create. Right? What does our higher self want? Whoa, you mean we have time to do that? Like we don't just have to slave to make the money to live? Yeah, okay, that's a new paradigm, isn't it? It's a totally new paradigm. It's a new world we're creating. And then we have the destiny point moving into Aquarius next year, which is the new age. It's new age society. It's technology. It's like we're building a new future next year. That's what I get. This is the kind of like surrendering the past, surrendering the old, and retreating and rejuvenating and building up our own inner well, so that then we can be more ready for the creation of the new society that I think we're kind of co-creating through the purging and melting and metamorphosizing that we're going through this year, like the butterfly in the cocoon, kind of melty and like not quite sure what I'm going to be when I come out, so that next year we can fly and come together, because Aquarius is very community oriented.
That's so interesting to say that. It just reminds me thinking about like the year of, I think like we're in the wood dragon and just like the intensities of this year. And yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And also kind of when you talk about like, yeah, it's something that just came to mind. But yeah, thank you so much, Lotus.
Yeah. Do you remember what next year is? I'm forgetting.
I don't know. I can Google it though.
Go ahead. Yeah. What is it? Oh,
I think it's the snake.
Snake.
Oh, so we're gonna go from the dragon and we're gonna shed our skin.
So good.
Oh my goodness. Okay. It's also gonna be a 9, which is like a completion year. It's like the finalization, and then the year after will be the 1, which is the new beginnings. So just kind of get ready for the next year and a half to kind of be completing a lot of old stuff going forwards, but a lot of completion. And then after that, 2026 will be the like restart. Lots of new things. Lots of new things. Yeah. Woo, exciting. Getting excited. Wow. Okay. All right, Miss Maddie, I think you sent me something. Oh, and uh please let me know. Please let me know before you jump off, Alicia Law, so that I can have something for you. Okay? Good. Okay. Miss Maddie Smith, how are you doing, girlfriend? Where you at?
Doing good. Doing great.
Roll call. All right, I'm gonna read your chart off screen.
Okay.
Just because that will be easier. And I'm gonna, okay, let's see here. And I'm gonna get us a nice image to look at, because that's always fun. Welcome home. I'm honored that you got on here on your return journey.
Thanks, girl. Happy to be here with you. Oh, and happy birthday, Alicia.
Right?
Thank you.
What a gift to have a birthday on the call. It's so cool. Okay, so jumping into your chart, we have another all-star who's really, really activated by this full moon. You have Moon at 39 degrees of Pisces. Wow. So if everyone remembers when we were looking at Pisces earlier, I could do that. We'll just bring your chart up. Here we go. Perfect. All right. So here we have 39 degrees of Pisces, and the moon, let's see here. Yeah. So moon is around your 10th house cusp, which is career. Okay, so moon up at the top of your chart. You're just getting back from this big trip, right? I'm really getting out there, like shining your light. And so the moon has been in your conjunct your midheaven during your trip, because it was in Aquarius like a couple days ago. So you had moon like directly conjunct your midheaven. And I was like thinking to myself, I was like, Maddie is like getting out there more than I've ever seen her do in years. And I'm like so happy for you and so excited because you're beautiful and you're talented and you just have so much to share with this world. I see your spirit and it's just big, bright light. And so I've just been so happy for you. And it's so interesting that the moon has been in your midheaven, right? And it's in the 9th house of travel, no less. And so you've been traveling and you've had the moon on your midheaven, which is career and purpose. And so now it's on the 10th house line, which is career. And it can be a bit more of a disciplined house, right? So the travel is a lot more of that like expansion energy, like going far, like seeing the world, and like it's fun. Oh wow, you also had moon conjunct Jupiter before it hit midheaven. So you had moon Jupiter midheaven on your journey. It's like amazing. It's like great time for you. Okay, so good timing. Way to go. What a plan.
I think even the day I left for my trip on the 4th of September, it was the new moon in my second house of
Mhm.
like short trips and friends or something.
Right, right. Yeah. So you're just like on point all the way. And now Moon in your 10th house, it's kind of like it's getting to business. It's getting down to business. It's like you went out, you expanded, you gained so much information, and now it's this process of like integrating so much of that in and starting to build the framework, which for you might be an interesting thing because you have it in Pisces, which is all water, but it's in the house of like biggest structure. Okay. And so studying water and studying the structure of water and studying creeks and streams and how you can use mud and rocks to create a container might really help you with figuring out how to structure your business because and your career and your purpose because you're so much flow and it's like I don't want to be controlled and I don't want any structure. I don't want anyone to tell me what to do. Like get out of here rules and limitations. Like I'm water. I am free, right? But learning how to bring that earthenness in for the structure on some level could be really helpful. Now,
Well, in
okay.
order to have good chocolate, you have to structure it. It's a crystal.
So Maddie is a chocolatier, okay? Which is so fascinating to me because you have this liquid water on the house of career. And what do you have to do? You have to melt chocolate, right? Like it has to become this fluid and you make it, which is it's so perfect because whenever there's water on the 10th house, I always think of fluids. Like it'd be a good thing for you to work with fluids. So that's really interesting. Um,
When we melt it, we decrystallize it.
right. And this is why you have midheaven Aquarius, right? Aquarius is this like inventive scientific mind, right? You're like aware of these like science things that I'm like, oh, we need to sit down and have a Maddie chocolate talk on YouTube. That would be awesome. I'd be like, this is like, I had no idea the technology that goes into chocolate, right? No idea.
I love
So,
that.
yeah, yeah. So Moon in Pisces, right? And then Sun. Okay, this could be, I'm not gonna. Okay, I'm not gonna hold back. Sun in your fourth house. That's big energy. That's. Well, it's literally like on the line. It's like on the line of your third and fourth house, and you're getting back home, which is just kind of interesting to me. However, your IC is in your third house. So you already kind of passed through the roots of your chart, your DNA, your ancestry. And now it's just like you're back home and South Node and you also have South Node in Virgo. So this is activating. I also have South Node in Virgo, so I can really relate with you here. With destiny point though for you is Aries, which is a little different because they're in different signs than normal. So past life in Virgo, it's like you're really learning how to get more into flow state and just the trust the moment and go state with the Aries North Node. Now, you have Eris and Chiron, the wounded healer, conjunct your moon at the eclipse. And this has been going on for a fair minute. Okay, so this has been like, even though you've been having these advancements, you've been moving forward, it's been amazing. It's like you've been kind of dealing with like the whole collective Chiron wound affecting your emotion. I kind of like want to say like, hey, that's not fair. Like, what the hey? Like, leave Maddie alone. Right? And so there's maybe been a lot of emotional depth for you over the last goodness, it's been the last year as the destiny point and Chiron have moved through and now they're right near. So the destiny point is in your 10th house of career. So your career is really growing. It's really expanding. It's really the focus. South node is in the house of the home. So that's like you're letting go of old patterns of your family. You're letting go of old patterns of overwork. You're letting go of old patterns of too much cleaning, too much organizing, too much perfection. My guides are yelling. They're like, tell her to stop caring about being perfect. She's like, she doesn't have to be perfect. And like, take that perfection and just like imagine it's like an old pair of shoes and just like throw it out the window and say, I'm done with you trying to make me feel bad when my hair's not perfect and my makeup's not perfect and I don't feel perfect. Whatever. I'm done with you. Especially at home, especially with your family, with especially having to prove yourself to your friend. I'm hearing the F word in my head. I'm hearing like, stop effing caring about your family. Like it's time to like clear out all those old roots of your family's like ideology and like clear out their thought forms around you. It's like I see this field of all these like voices yelling at you and like telling you these things and you're just like, you know, like you're just trying to be yourself. And I'm just seeing you like take this big golden light and you're just going just like clearing it out, like sending out lightning bolts and just like cleaning out the etheric field around your head. And you're like, I love you, but I'm no longer going to accept and allow all these negative, conflicting, like crushing. I'm hearing crushing perspectives and judgments about who I am and why I'm here. It's like I'm done. And it's like because your the destiny points in your 10th house, your purpose, right? Like what you're here to kind of shine bright as. It's what you're here to do. I just see this like energy coming in and it's just like clearing out the field for you. And I just see it making this space around you. And it's like being away was so healing for you. It was so like, I get to be myself. I get to be free. And it's like coming home, right? That's where the very close to the past life point is. It's like so many feelings of the past and like the family and the family's perspectives. And it's like old habits and old thought forms. And it's like, I don't want to go back to where I was. Like, I want to keep expanding. Like, maybe I want to go traveling again. Right. So I want to really invite you to just notice that. And then I'm just going to like invite in a whole bunch of light for your house. And we're just going to ask for a complete unconditional love, healing, and clearing of your house. And we're going to call on the elementals and we're going to actually ask for an unconditional love land healing for your house and for your home. And calling on Saint Germain and the violet flame, calling on all the elementals to clear out any disturbances in the ground of the house and the land, any negative energies that might be affecting you there, and anything from yourself that's gotten lodged in there, like old patterns, old thought forms. And we're just asking God and the elementals and Sappho and Cephalo to just come and do a complete unconditional love land healing and clearing for you and your space and your body, because you've just been traveling a ton and it's just like you take on all these energies and they're just going to clear you out here. Nice little violet flame clearing. Good job. Good job. And a deep breath in and out. Good. Good. Yeah. Yeah. There you go. Yeah, just so that you can feel safe to rest. It's almost like this thing of if our family didn't nurture and support us, and then we come home and we're trying to rest into the arms of home and family, right? Bed. But it's like we never felt safe as a child, or we didn't come into a place where we were like accepted and received in this really sweet way. And like, yay, be you. Then being home can sometimes feel like the most uncomfortable friggin' place on the planet. It's like, I don't feel comfortable here. And it's because of that earlier imprint. And that's why doing like a house clearing and just thinking about home and just clearing out just the ideas and thought forms around home and around family and starting to imagine what would it be like to have a family that loves and supports me exactly as I am. What would that feel like?
Incredible.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's what you deserve, you know. I just see I see so many good things. Odile, are you open to staying for 2 minutes? And Maddie, are you open to me just doing something real quick here?
Of course.
May we sing Alicia happy birthday real quick? And I won't make it big screen. You ready? Okay. Ryan, would you like to unmute? Are you into singing? All right. Are you ready, Alicia Law? I think you sang to me on my birthday. Ready?
Yeah, I guess so. I forgot about that.
You did. You sang. You think you all sang to me on my birthday? That's so sweet. So everyone take a deep breath in and out. See big golden light of love and joy and happiness, blessings for Alicia Law. Woo, for her birthday. And 1, 2, 3. Happy
Birthday
birthday
to
to you.
you.
Happy
Birthday to you.
you.
Happy
Happy
birthday,
birthday,
dear
dear Alicia.
Alicia. Happy
Happy
birthday
birthday to you.
to you.
Aw, thanks,
Yay.
guys.
I had to be
Zoom,
done.
Zoom
Thank
songs.
you, Lee. Isn't it? It's the best. It's just, and many,
Yeah.
many more.
Oh, thank you so much.
Of
My
course.
head is very warmed.
Good. We gave Maddie a little healing there too. She knew that like family love vibe. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. I see you. You're beautiful. I see this like beautiful like inner child self, and I just like want to pick her up and just like have all of us like give her a big hug and just tell her she's so loved. She's so magical, so beautiful and precious. And that everything she does is great. Yeah. Right. Right. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, I think the April 8th, there was some other stuff going on.
Ah, there
And
we have another hit here. Yep.
yep. And yeah, anyway, on this travel trip, I did not see any of my family. In fact, I saw everybody but my family.
Interesting.
Yeah, it was
The solar eclipse was on your 10th house, right? So it's like you were initiating some type of clearing around your career, it seems like.
Yeah.
And now the moon, the completion on your 10th house of career, it's like you're in such a different place now.
very different.
Yeah, like a quantum leap. Ooh, I just got chills.
Totally.
Ooh,
Yeah. And on the Friday the 13th call, I
right?
was in New York driving, had just gone to a chocolate place over there and doing those persecution clearings. Like, yeah, I mean, we've been doing this now together, how long? For over a year.
Mhm.
It's been a lot of quantum leaping over and over and over and over again.
I hear you.
I think Mars is in my first house. Is that accurate?
Yeah, it's actually conjunct your ascendant. So yeah, your identity and like who you are, hugely highlighted right now. Yeah, it's like you are taking action on you finally. Like it's time. It also could be causing some slight challenges with relationships because Mars is fairly aggressive and self-focused. Like, I'm going to go the way I want to go. I'm going to put my foot on the gas and y'all better get out of the way. And then if you think about relationships, that's not the most doable pattern for success in relationships. So it could make sense that that could be like a bit challenging or something that you're working through here. Yeah. And then the other thing I want to bring to everyone's attention is the placement of Pluto right now. And the fact, okay, are you ready? This is so wild. Pluto is in one sign for about 16 years. 16 years, okay? And so it's been in Sagittarius since about 2008. And so if we come to your chart, Maddie, that would have been your 7th house. Relationships, okay? And so Pluto has been in your 7th house of relationships for almost 16 years. And then now it's in your 8th house of transformation. So you've had this a lot. What is Pluto? It's great transformation. The tarot reading I was listening to last night, she's like 16 years of crazy Pluto energy. is shifting because Pluto's going to go into Capricorn next year, February, which means it's going to finally get past your sun and it's finally going to go towards your Jupiter. And that, I think that's going to be like the next couple years, you're going to really see a quantum leap. I mean, it's retrograde right now, so it's still conjunct your sun. Like it kind of went back in to say hi again. You're like, oh, come on. But you're going to clean it out. And so in the next couple of years, as Pluto now moves into Capricorn, first it'll be 1 degree, then it's going to hit your Jupiter, probably quite a ways down, but it's moving towards a very positive planet. And so I think you're going to see a real big shift around kind of just the being in the intensity, especially with your relationships with other people. It's finally out of that house and it's finally moving away from the 8th house and towards the 9th house. So I'm excited for you for that. And for everyone else too, to kind of notice where Pluto is in their charts and kind of start to see where the shift is happening. Yeah. Yeah. Very exciting. Yeah. And you've got, you know, Neptune and the moon in your 10th house tonight. So you might find yourself having some creative ideas for your business, right? Like, yeah, art, just be playful. I would be playful and just like I'm telling everyone, like, don't worry tonight about anything. Just like chill because there's just so much coming up. It's not a time to try, like, it's not a time to figure anything out. We're going to have the new moon solar eclipse in about 2 weeks at the new moon. That's going to be a time when we kind of start to set new intentions for the next 6 months, right? Because remember, each eclipse then corresponds sort of 6 months out. So this one is then going to lead us to the new moon. The new moon is where we're going to set our new intentions for the next 6-month cycle. So this is kind of a completion time. We're just kind of finishing things out. We're not going to necessarily have super great clarity about things. This is like the washing machine, and come the new moon, that's when we get out of it and we start to put our clothes on the line in the sun and like, okay, that's what happened. That's what came through. We're kind of in that washing phase where so much is unknown and it's just being brought up, like the dirt's being brought out so it can get cleaned. So then we can have more spaciousness to make those new intentions going forwards. And it's going to be a new moon eclipse, Virgo. Let's see, 2 weeks from now will be, oh my gosh, October 1st. Holy cow.
Wow, already.
I know. Okay, so sorry, I don't know how to make these boxes go away. I'm going to stop share. So that means that Virgo will be about 15 degrees. So it will still be in your 4th house. So I might imagine you might have like a move in your future, Maddie.
I've been feeling it. I don't know what it means.
I would use the new moon eclipse to visualize what you want and not worry. Just really focus on that, the solar eclipse time. Like, what do I want in my house, in my home? And then for you, Odalie, I think that means the new moon solar eclipse will be in your 6th and 7th. So that means health and then potentially relationships. So that would be the good time to think about, if you do want a relationship, what you want. But not right now. Keep those people from the past out of the picture. Okay.
You're right on.
Yep.
Right.
Oh my goodness. I'm going to stop share so I can, there, they went away. Yay. Way to go, everyone. This is such a great marathon. We still got some folks here. Way to go, Odalie, Maddie, Alicia Law. We got you covered. I'm so glad that you're here for the Alicia Law's birthday party. I didn't realize we were having a birthday party. Next time we'll have an in-person one and you can handle the chocolate and maybe I'll make a cake. We can work together.
Let's do it.
Bring in that chocolate.
When you mentioned moving, it's been on my mind, and it's been really like sad and emotional to think about that.
Mhm.
Is that something we can clear?
Yes, I feel that we should probably do it in a session.
Private. Okay,
Yeah,
do it.
because I have a feeling it's maybe bigger.
I do too.
It's bigger than just the, the flower that's on the surface of like, "Oh, I just need to move." It's like, no, there's a very deep root there. I can see it. But what I do want to tell you is like to not be afraid about it and that you don't have to move, and it could be metaphorical. It could be metaphorical in terms of like your relation. So what is the fourth house? The fourth house is our roots to our here-ness on the planet, right? It's our family, it's our DNA, it's our ancestry. And so it's very possible that there could be some emotion. We need to do a session before that. Okay, that's what I'm getting because that's the family. That's the house of family. And to have sun and moon on the solar eclipse, that would be a good time to like clear out because there's so much energy there so that you can be more clear. You're going to be about 500 pounds more clear after we do this so that you'll be ready for that intention. Because a lot of times when we go to set an intention, if we still have a lot of old stuff there, we can't, there's no ground to plant the seed. Hummingbird. Cool. They're so cool. They're just coming right to say hi to you, Maddie. We wanted to tell you we love you. Yeah, and don't worry, your hummingbird house is what you're making, right? It's like you're making, and it's not just the physical house. You're working on creating that. Oh, I'm almost gonna cry. It's for all of us, really, is like working on creating that home on this earth. Okay, I'm gonna clear something for you. Okay, and this is gonna be big for everyone, so sorry, but it just came through. So I'm gonna say a word. I'm gonna say golden planet, and all of you are gonna feel something probably pretty intense. Yeah. Yeah, there it is. I saw the wave. Okay. So anywhere and everywhere that you're feeling any stress or trauma or drama from a past life related to the golden planet. And what was the golden planet? It was potentially where we originally came from and it got destroyed. Yep. And it's very, very painful. And when we think about it, it makes it hard for us to be on this earth because we still feel so bad about what happened. And Maddie and I and many of you on here are very old souls, and so many of you were there, and there's just this trauma and this really deep grief around what happened. It was a big trauma. Okay. And this is what's coming up, I think, for Maddie and for all of you on a smaller level, but you may feel this as well. Okay, so we're going to tune into that lifetime. And it's just total grief, sadness, and loss. And there's an upper level, it's like a block to God got created, right? It's just the grief was so painful. The separation feeling was so strong that it like caused you to feel shut off from God's love. And I'm gonna have to go way up here, and this might be a lot for everyone at home, but just see what happens. Some of you might be ready. Odalie, you probably can handle this. So we're gonna go back. Yeah, she's like, yeah. We're gonna go up 100,000 levels. 100,000 levels, way on up. All those blocks to God, because it was so sadness and grief and trauma and loss. Oh. And we're just going to ask for a complete change history of all the trauma and karma that we've been carrying for so many lifetimes around what happened. And we ask for a complete change history for all of us. It's finally time. Complete change history, and everything is needed. Levels 1, 2, and 3. And take a deep breath in and out. Good. Good. Yep. A lot of tears. It's so interesting. We don't even know about something and it just gets mentioned and like we all get keyed into it. That's because we're all very old souls and your higher selves were like, oh, yep, she's doing it. So really good work, everyone. So Maddie, yeah, there's more. We're gonna go lower now. Now there's the lower level block. And this is the lower level block that's really been sticking you because it's like almost like a torture, like being tortured by the trauma. Okay, so this is okay. This is 500,000 levels down. Deep, deep down. That's when I say you're big. That's what I'm saying. 500,000 levels down. The shame, the guilt, the torture, how you've made yourself feel bad about this, and you don't have to anymore. So focus on that, and we ask for a complete change history. And everything is needed. Levels 1, 2, and 3. And take a deep breath in and out. And notice the space and the peace. It's very profound. Mhm. Nice. Good work. It's nice and quiet now. Really quiet. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I mean, what you said, it's all true. I feel all that.
Yeah.
And
You, an ancient soul, you know, the things we've gone through. And it's like, it's so hard finding the access point to how to heal those things.
it really is.
But we have tools, and I honestly blame the redwood forest for helping me get to the place where I'm at now. They're so
And
tall. And I went out on a hike in them, and I was like, I kind of imagined I was that big and tall, and then I was like, oh, there's level, like those levels go so deep and they go so high, and I was like, oh, and we can test them and we can find them, and that's where a lot of our stuff, these old souls, big energy stuff is very far away from our physical body, right? If we have these very old timelines, past timelines, we can't just clear our bodies, we can't just clear, like we have to go really far afield to find the root issue. So way to go. Yeah, you seem better. Are you feeling better?
yeah, there's definitely I don't want to cry about my home right now.
Oh, right.
Or sense of home.
Right.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, reach out. Let's have
It's
that space for you.
Yeah.
Because I know you've traveled all day. I don't want to this made yeah. So you just rest, and we just hold space for you and love for you and all of that.
Thank you guys.
Yeah.
On to the next.
Yes. Oh, so good. Okay, so I'm just looking for your birth. There it is. Oh my. Wow. So Ryan, have
Yes,
you heard of the 13th sign of Ophiuchus?
I have.
Are you aware that you're born during that time?
I am aware.
Okay.
Yes, but I
Okay.
don't know much about it. That's why I'm here.
Oh boy. You know, I almost made a ton of slides up about Ophiuchus because I had some serious downloads about Ophiuchus that I was like, oh, I can't wait. Can't wait to like reveal this information. So it's interesting you're on the call because I was like, there's no Ophiuchus in this full moon eclipse. Like, why should I bring it up? You know? And here you are. So, you know, always trust your intuition.
Right.
It's usually right. So, what is Ophiuchus? Does anyone on the call want to talk
Snake bearer,
about it?
right?
What's that?
The snake bearer?
Yes. Right? Anyone else want to expand?
The healer of healers.
Ah, yes. What else?
Mimi.
What'd you say?
It's my south node. Have Ophiuchus south node. So it seems a wise healer, mystic, kind of a know-it-all. True?
Somewhat.
Is it true? This
You
is a past life. I don't know. I'm
Right.
away from that now.
Yeah.
So I think that, and probably just everything that's beyond the visibility, beyond the eyes.
Right. Beyond the veil.
Yeah, was very deep.
Yeah.
No small talk.
No, well, maybe. Maybe if it means protecting themselves.
Mm.
They're
Yeah.
actually very gifted at like manipulation because they've had to, because they tend to be the masters of ancient secret knowledge, right? The initiates, the priests, the priestesses, right? So wherever you have Ophiuchus, you are a priest, you are a priestess, you are initiated into the temple of the sacred knowledge. And so depending on where you have it will be the extent to which you were initiated, right? How much stuff you have. It also relates back to the energy of the divine feminine and masculine energies and about learning to transmute sexual energy, right? So one of the things that was taught in the initiation temples were how to raise our sexual energy so that we were no longer slaves, right, to lust or slaves to attraction, right? And actually how to raise the Kundalini up the spine so that we could transcend that attachment. Okay. And so when I think of like Jesus and Mary Magdalene, and then I think about what happens when you add one more sign to the 12 signs of the zodiac, you get 13. Well, 13 is the number of people at the Last Supper because you had Jesus, the 13th, you had 11 disciples, and you had Mary Magdalene. And some people say, well, was that true? Did Jesus really marry a woman and have children? But according to some research I've just come across by the same man who did the ancestral research, he was literally the chronological for these very elite wealthy families of their DNA and their genealogy. He just kept studying back and back and back. He found these ancient families going back to the offspring of Jesus and Mary Magdalene. And that these then go back all the way to the original Anunnaki creators. And that's why these families were the royalty, because they had the highest levels of Anunnaki blood, which is that higher, more evolved, extraterrestrial. But you got to watch the beginning of this call, Alicia Law. So Ophiuchus energy relates to the sacred mysteries, to the magic, to what's hidden, to the ability to transcend timelines and to transcend DNA and to kind of go where others have not gone. Magnetic blood, exactly. Yep. And Maddie, I'm sure you know a lot about that, right? Yeah. So that said, Ryan, we will get into your chart. So interesting. Did I mess this up? What's going on here? Oh, I set your birth time at like some crazy year. Let me fix that. I was like, that's like Jesus. I don't know what that's like 1 BC. What was that? Occasionally I'll accidentally put people's years as like 800 million or something. Like I accidentally just like put tons of numbers in. I'm like, oh my God, like what did I just tap into? Is like, what's the future gonna be like? Yeah. So what year were you born?
1981.
Okay. Okay. There we go. I was like, wait, his sun is definitely not in Sagittarius. What is happening here? Okay. Is this helpful for everyone? Is it helpful to learn where the solar eclipse energy is in your chart? What do you notice that kind of, does that bring any clarity to you? I'm just kind of curious to hear from the masses here what your experience is. Yeah, anyone who wants to share.
Always interested to learn more from you, Lotus, about anything.
Oh, well, me too, honestly, because I never know what's going to come through. So, there we go. So that's a great example. A total, you never know. Okay, let me try and get your chart. There we go. It's funny trying to do charts while I'm live is like, it's almost like, you know, when you run up a mountain and you have like 50 pounds of weights on versus you're just trying to run up the mountain. It's like, what is that? Or, you know, when like you're talking to someone and you're trying to show them something on your phone and it was like loading just fine a minute before, and then you're trying to show them the thing and it's like, where did it go? It's like all these issues. That's your brother? Oh my God.
Because of our last names, probably.
I didn't even think about it. I didn't. You guys got me today. I feel so surprised. First, it's Alicia Law's birthday. Now we have family on the call, and I'm like, Maddie, your fourth house of home and family is being activated. Oh, you're making fun of me. Okay. It was a joke. Okay, that's fine. Go for it. I would have believed you. I'm like this far deep in astrology. I'm like,
I can't trick you.
you totally did. You guys look alike too. I could totally buy that. Oh my God. I was like, Maddie has a brother. I didn't know. The family tree. Okay. All right. Lotus, pull it together. Oh, where did I go? Okay. All right. So we're not going to get into the sun and Ophiuchus, though you do have that. And you have quite a lot in Ophiuchus. You have Mercury, you have Neptune, you have a lot of Ophiuchus energy. And it is in it is in your 11th house. So, you know, studying Ophiuchus and really dialing it in and learning about it, I'll send you a video I've created that kind of goes more into it, may be really helpful for you because you have it in your 11th house, which is the world. Okay, and so who you are, your purpose, what you're here to share with the world might have a lot to do with really unveiling and researching and learning about this sign. Okay, so I'm glad you came.
Glad to be here.
Because this might be something really major for you and what you're here to kind of do for humanity. I recently worked with a man who had Ophiuchus sun in the 12th house. And what I kind of got the sense of him being really here for is like sacred knowledge meditation, you know, like taking people inside, right? 12th house is the inside, it's the inner world. Ophiuchus is the sacred mysteries, right? Like really guiding people through the sacred mystery school trainings around meditation and around introspection and around retreat. But because you have it in the 11th house, and the 11th house is all about the world and the community and society, right? And conjunct Mercury. Thank you, Maddie. Conjunct Mercury, which is communication, sharing information. You might be here to share information like sacred. Hi, buddy. Oh, so cute. I'm so distracted by animals. Forgive me. I'm very distracted. No, don't put him away. But the sacred mystery schools, right? You might be here to start one. You might be here to start a community of fellow like-minded people where you study the sacred mysteries. You go deep into the sacred trainings, right? Like you fasting would be something you might share with a lot of people and might lead people through. People who have a lot of Ophiuchus, they typically have gone through initiations where you have had to face death and then move through it. And so that's a practice that most secret societies have their members learn how to do, which means that you're a natural shaman. You naturally have an ability to bypass the conscious mind, the intellect and the mental state, and kind of go into altered states of consciousness and realms. So that makes you a natural shaman. It also makes you a natural guide for other people to go really deep into how energy works, how their energy works, and how to master it. Okay, so I just wanted to give you that kind of
Awesome. Thank you.
bird's eye view of this energy. Now, where this full moon eclipse is happening, the moon is in your second house of money and resources and value and worth. And so there's a good chance that you might be feeling a lot about your wealth and your finances at this full moon eclipse, like really thinking about it, maybe being emotional about it. Like, what's it going to take to create the value that I want to have in my life? What's it going to take to feel worthy and valuable to create the material world I want to have? Right. And you have Pisces here. You have Aquarius and Pisces in the house of finances. So you probably make money in a very unusual way. Aquarius is the internet. It's the new age. It could be, it could be cryptocurrency, although I'm not suggesting that, but
No,
anything.
that's spot on. I've been using my profits from cryptocurrency to retreat within this past year.
That's great.
Dial it all in,
Win. I was like, should I dare say it? I was like, I'll say it. Wait, right on. Yeah. So you have this kind of split around in your second house of like, okay, I can go out there, I can make this money online, I can do these things, but then you have this Piscean side that really needs, like you said, that retreat and that space. So you really have to kind of balance that out. And then you have the wounded healer and Eris, the conflict in your third house of communication and siblings. And so there could be a lot of stuff. I don't know if you have siblings. It's kind of interesting that Maddie said she was your sister, because you have the wounded healer here in the house of siblings. And maybe you are sibling. Maybe from a past life, you guys are totally siblings, because I was like totally believing it. Right. So there could be, I don't know if you have siblings, but there could be some deep emotional stuff in the family, especially with your family and your siblings being brought up, probably from past lives. I actually had to do a clearing on my brother today. Oh my God. And past lives with him. And I was like, how deep does this go? I was like, siblings, holy cow, that's a whole thing. Like, I never really looked at it, but it goes way back. Okay, so that could be something that's going on. And then you have the sun conjunct your Mars tonight. Mars is energy. It's in the 8th house of transformation. You find yourself on this very deep transformational call. You've never encountered my work. You had no idea, but here you go. You wander into the transformational portal that we tend to create on these calls. And perfect, right? It's sun conjunct your Mars. You have the energy for it. It's aligned and you're just in flow. You're a natural shaman. You're a natural healer shaman, right? Mars in Virgo is the body, it's health, it's healing, it's nutrition. 8th house is transformation. So you're a natural guide and leader for people to transform their bodies, right? I don't know if you do physical training with people, but you're very good with the physical body and really good with health and really good with assisting people to transform their physical bodies. And then we have, excuse me.
I was thinking of getting a certificate to become a personal trainer.
Yeah. I
was
would
looking at that recently.
Yes, I would definitely encourage that, because this is the midheaven, which is the top of the chart, and it's all Virgo, which is the body and nutrition and diet and health and exercise. You have Saturn, which is discipline. You have Pluto, which is transformation. You have Mars, which is action. You have Pallas Athene, which is wisdom. It's also genius. So like you kind of have a ridiculous genius with the body and with healing that you could probably travel with and like show people what you're good, how you do what you do. You also have Jupiter and Ceres, which is nurturing, and it's conjunct Venus tonight. And so you have Venus actually conjuncting this top area of your chart, which is your career. It's near your midheaven. It's not at your midheaven, but it's near it. So I would say that's I get a strong yes on that.
Awesome.
Hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Very powerful. You're tuned right in. You're tuned right in. I mean, the top of the chart is usually our biggest talents and our biggest gifts. So this is where you shine. The body, the past life point is here. And like I have my past life point in Virgo. So like me becoming a dietitian and nutritionist is probably not such a good idea. But you don't have that there. Like you're all in. Like you got all the skills, you're ready to go, right? Your destiny point is I don't even, oh, it's in Gemini. So you're learning how to become a sharer, South Node in Sagittarius, because you're used to being retreat. You tend to be very deeply in retreat in your solitude, and it's very challenging for you to get out amongst the people. You know what? I attract so many people into my life with this destiny point placement. I literally feel like I'm here to help y'all come out to the world. Like, I'm like, come on, let's go. I'm like pulling you out of retreat. You're out in your monasteries, you're up in your high places. I'm like, come on, the people need you because Gemini is the people. It's in the 6th house, which is work and service. And so you're here to really bring your knowledge, your wisdom, and your gifts to be of service to the world, right? To help people. This is the house of health and healing. It's the house of the body. So you're here to work. I'm just going to let this come through. You're here to work with a lot of people and their bodies and their routines and their diet and their nutrition. And it's going to be so fulfilling for you because you've gotten kind of lonely up on the mountaintop. And it's like, I kind of got to my pinnacle. Like I kind of touched God and like it was really awesome. And God's like, yeah, could you bring me back to the people now? Because you got the flame. It's like Prometheus, like you went up to God, you got the flame, and God's like, can you bring that flame back to the people now? Like where are you at? Like, come on, there's like people waiting for the fire. Right? And so if you get lazy or you get like, I don't want, it's uncomfortable, just remind yourself, I got the gifts, I got the knowledge, and now I'm here to bring it to the people.
Perfect.
Right.
Perfect.
And Maddie, great addition with his MC in Libra. He'll be very balanced and not so extreme in his approach. Oh, yes, 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 absolutely. Yeah, midheaven in Libra, you're very elegant with your presentation. You might do well partnering up. Midheaven is the partnership, or in Libra is partnership. So you might do well. I don't know if you're in a relationship or if you have a business partner, but partnering up with someone that you're very aligned with your work, because you'll feel much more fulfilled having that partnership in place. And good point, Maddie, Moon in Taurus. 5th house, you really enjoy the comforts of life. You really enjoy good food and nourishment and massage and enjoyment and you really like to nourish yourself as well. But you are a bit of an aesthetic here because so much like Saturn and Virgo, like you know how to discipline what you eat. As much as you enjoy chocolate cake, Moon in Taurus, you're also highly disciplined.
Very
Yeah.
true. Very true.
Yeah. So Maddie, do you see that? It's like that would be my first take with the Moon in Taurus too, like good food and enjoyment. And it could be almost like a lusciousness where like they might tend to get a big belly, right? Moon in Taurus, because it's like emotional and Taurus is like good food and like enjoying the good things of life. But we look at Ryan and he's like, you can tell he's like very slender. Like I don't sense that vibe, right? And so I look up at his chart and there's Saturn at the top of the chart, and Saturn tends to be very disciplined to the point where it's like no chocolate cake, like I'm good. Right? So that Saturn is kind of disciplining that moon, which otherwise could run amok. Oh my God. So my dad has that. You should see that man eat. He has Moon in Taurus. He's like a king. He's like an old medieval king. He's like, I'm like, Dad, like, how do you, like, where do you, like, I see him. He's just like guzzling the drinks and I'm like, oh my God, like, okay, you know, but he doesn't have that Saturn influence, right? So that's good. That's going to really help you with your clients. That's going to help you with your people. Really great additions, Maddie.
Amazing. I love it. My
Maddie,
roommate here
we
and
got
she's
to do
laughing.
That's good. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and Maddie added that the moon is trine Pallas Athene. That's very true. Yeah, so you have that moon, which is emotion, trining all these earth planets in Virgo. So emotionally, earth, grounding, very grounded. Your purpose, what you're going to do, also very grounding. You have a very grounding energy. Yeah,
Beautiful. Love it. Thank you so much.
absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, thanks for sharing your chart so we could dive into it and share it with you. Is there anyone here still that I have not? I think we got everyone. Holy cow. Whew. We did it. Okay. How's everyone doing out there on this full moon eclipse call? Yeah, doing good. Okay. So what I would like to do, if that's all right with everyone, because the eclipse has begun, by the way, we've been on this call so long. I would just like to clear out, do a little final clearing out and let you guys go. Okay. On to the next thing. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to focus on the highest and best thing to clear for us right now at this full moon eclipse time. Good. And actually, I'm just hearing to fill you all up with pure unconditional love. We're just gonna let the moon do her work. And we're just gonna ask God and the angels and our higher selves to come and shower off our fields, our energy bodies. And I'm gonna ask God to assist me in connecting you all to the energy of Mother Earth. Mother Earth, the feeling of having your feet on the ground, smelling a flower, tuning into your heart, feeling your feet in the waters of life, tuning into the divine feminine energy of Mother Earth and the energy of water, being both the container of Earth, the sustainer, the holder, the structure, and the flow. Imagining maybe that you're at a creek or a stream. You're feeling your feet in the water. And maybe it's just the perfect temperature. It's not cold, it's not too hot, it's just the perfect temperature. And maybe you see some rocks and birds. And maybe your body just feels the movement of the water. And we just ask God and the angels and your higher self to connect you to your highest outcome with this full moon eclipse. Connect you to your highest timeline. And we ask this highest timeline to be applied to absolutely everything in your world, everything in your 3D universe. Connecting you to the energy of peace, the energy of love, connecting to the energy of the sanctuary of Mother Earth and Father Sky, feeling the earth below, and the waters flowing freely, and asking God and the angels to fill up your cup. Imagine you have a golden sacred cup. And asking God and the angels to fill up your holy sacred cup with the divine unconditional love of the creator of all that is, the waters of life, the waters of pure unconditional love and light. I ask God and the angels to give you whatever spiritual gifts that you need to move forwards in your life and your mission and your purpose. And seeing your highest and best outcome, imagining you're standing at a beautiful sunny beach now. Feet in the sand, the sun shining at the horizon. And I want you to imagine your highest and best outcome. What would you like to have come into your life? Imagine the money, the wealth, the success, the enjoyment, the happiness, the fulfillment. Standing on this beautiful beach and just calling in what it is you wish to create in your life. Feeling your connection to your heart. Seeing yourself receiving that it is that you wish to have. And taking a deep breath in. And a deep breath out. Calling in God and the angels to guide you every step of the way. And just asking to connect you to Mother Earth, to Gaia, to your highest self, to your heart, to the creator of all that is. I'm going to call in the energy of the redwood trees to assist you to feel the stability and the strength of the redwood and the energy of the waters flowing fresh and free. Imagining yourself receiving that healing from both the trees and the waters, from your spirit, from the creator of all that is. Taking a deep breath in and a deep breath out. And just feeling all the pure, unconditional love and light of the creator of all that is, feeling this divine temple of space and peace all around us, and lighting 1,000,000 candles all around this earth of light as we go into this eclipse, seeing the earth illuminated with 1,000,000 candles, lighting the way, calling upon God and the angels to light up this world, to light up our hearts, to be a light in the darkness, to bring love and compassion to all. And just feel that light illuminating your whole being, golden, pure light of God, and remembering that you are the light. This light is within you, connecting to the eternal flame of creation, the light of love, the light of the creator of all that is. And just see this light. It is eternal, turning it on in your heart. Light of your own eternal soul. Seeing this light ripple out through the cosmos, through all the world, seeing the whole earth being filled with pure golden light. If you see any darkness, just seeing that golden light just filling up this world. Pure golden light. pure golden light all around this earth. And taking a deep breath in. And a deep breath out. And asking that golden light to come and shower through your house, through your home, through everyone that you know, through your friends, through your family, through your DNA, through every level and layer of your body and being, through all directions of time and space, just calling on that golden light. And we ask for complete unconditional love, land healing for your home, for your place of residence, and anywhere else it's needed. Using the Christed grid. Thank you, God. Thank you, God. Notice and remember what it is you're grateful for. Remember what it is. Feel yourself filled with pure golden light. And take a moment to just come back to your heart and remember what you're grateful for. One thing, two things, three things. Like adding them into the pool of your heart. Oh, and I just feel so grateful for all of you. Oh, just so happy to be here with you all, sharing this moment and this space and this time. Remembering we are all one. We're always here supporting each other. And imagining now, I want you to imagine if you extended your arm out in your hand, you could grasp your friend next to you hand. And we're going to imagine that we're making this big circle of love and light all around this earth. Hi, Odalie. Just stretch out, squeeze your friend's hand on the right, squeeze your friend's hands on the left, and just feel that circle of love around the earth. And imagine us, millions of people around this earth, just filled with love, filled with light, and this whole earth becoming illuminated. More and more light. And just feel that light filling your whole being, filling this whole earth. Squeeze your friend's hand, give it a squeeze, feel grateful. La, 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 la. Exhale, shake it out, welcome yourself back into your body. Thank you, God. Thank you, God. Feeling that beautiful light still flowing, seeing the whole earth illuminated by it. And we are back. We are here. Welcome everyone back. Great work. This has been a marathon. This is like 5-hour event. Wow. Way to go. We got the last folks standing here. Or I guess sitting. Lying down is totally fine too. Totally fine. I'm so grateful for all of you. Odalie coming all the way from Canada. Alicia Lies. I've got my Canadian friends here. It's so great. So appreciate you both getting on here and going deep with it. I got you past your bedtime. I'm sorry. I always doing that, huh? I tried to do earlier, right? I tried to start much earlier than normal. Yeah. Good. Thank you. How are all you feeling out there? How y'all doing?
Good.
Good. Okay. I'll take it. Yeah. Oh,
Better than when we started.
okay. Okay, good.
Thank you so much, Lotus.
Yeah, happy birthday. We got the birthday girl herself here. Yay, Alicia La. Woo.
Woohoo! Thank you so much.
Yes, 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 yes. I really invite you all to drink lots of water. Eat something sweet, eat something salty, maybe go on a walk to just like move the energy if you feel like it, or take a nap, whatever works. And the eclipse has begun. It will peak around 7:55 Pacific Standard Time, which is in about an hour and 2 hours. So just pay attention, just notice going into it. Keep your light lit. Keep that light lit and keep the image and visual of this whole earth illuminated, because that will just so transform your experience of it, and it will also transform the world in a really.
Yes, yes.
Hi. Who's that? Hi, Christine. So, with that, I'd like to close, and I just want to thank you and just bow my hands to all of you and just say namaste. The light within me bows to the light within you. And I just say the prayer that may all beings on this earth be happy, be healthy, and be free. And may it be so. And just feel that prayer go out into the world. And here we are, just blessing up this planet together. One magical, powerful activation moment at a time. Yeah. Feeling good, right? Yeah, this was good. This was good to create that love energy, right? That love energy. It's what the world needs. So if you get confused, just remember to tap back into this love frequency, because that's what we are. He knows. He knows. Your doggy knows. They know. Ah, beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful. Well, happy equinox, everyone. That's coming in the next 2 days. We have a full moon eclipse, and we have this equinox. So this is a powerful, powerful, pivotal time. Be kind to yourself, be gentle with yourself. Now you kind of get a lay of the land of what's happening in the planets. Kind of gives you a sense of where people are at, right? Kind of in these different places. So be kind. We have 4 planets retrograde until about November, December. So this is the catch-up time of the year. We're just dealing with what we started to finish up to start new things next year. So just celebrate what you have and be grateful for what is there, and know that we're all kind of going through the same process together, and we're all cleaning up shop, preparing for what's coming, which is powerful things, powerful new world of us choosing to be the light that we are more and more and more. Imagine that. Imagine all of us lit up in our light, shining across the planet. Just see it and know it is real, and we're creating it day by day, step by step. Step by step. All right. All right, my friends. So good to see you all. Happy full moon eclipse. May the radiant love and light and blessings of the creator of all that is just shower you, shower every single aspect of your life. And I love you all so much. Happy birthday, Alicia Law. Biggest love. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, God. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yes, 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 yes. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So grateful. All right. If any of you want to learn more about the work I do and you're just catching us on here, you can find me at blossomwithlotus.com or on YouTube. And we all send you so much love. Have a great night, y'all. Thank you,
Dude,
Ryan.
thank you so
Thank
much,
you.
Lotus.
Thank you, everyone. Okay. Aloha.